Chapter 2295. 5 Formations Chain. Chapter 2295. 5 Formations Chain. Void Spirit 9 Apertures Heavenly Dust Pill. Void Spirit Jing E Imperial Extreme Pill. Very soon, the other 4 people also completed the refinement one after another. With one medicinal pill after another coming out of the furnace, one wave after another of high tide stirred up all around. The medicinal pills that these 5 people refined were actually all Void Spirit Divine pills. Of course, in terms of quality, it was still Zhao Zishuan's that was the best, slightly winning the others by a knot. Furthermore, the moment the few medicinal pills came out of the furnace, they were bought by Fong Tianren at a high price. Bright Mirror Pavilion was clearly loaded as H.E.L. 5 medicinal pills directly cost him close to 15 billion superior-grade divine essence stones. One had to know, a superior-grade divine essence stone was equivalent to 10,000 high-grade divine essence stones. This number was already an astronomical figure. However, Void Spirit Divine Grade Rank 8 divine pills, as long as it was sold, he could make a big killing. After all, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were mostly not short of money. As long as there were good medicinal pills, they were willing to spend this money. It was just that rank 8 divine pills were too hard to come across, they had nowhere to buy it even if they had money to. Second Sage, the few of us have served as a modest spur so that others may come forward with more valuable contributions. It's your turn now. With so many people are watching, you shouldn't let them down, right? Zhao Zishuan said with a smug look. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, Amen, the few of you should still have spirit medicines on hand, right? Rank 8 spirit medicines were all extremely precious. A stock of spirit medicine would definitely be used to the utmost extent. Zhao Zishuan smiled coldly and said, Naturally have, Second Sage wants to refine, we'll naturally offer it up with both hands. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Can't take your things for free. Otherwise, after the medicinal pills are refined, wouldn't you all take advantage of it for free? The spirit medicines came from the 5 of them, logically speaking, the owners. Hi+P of the medicinal pills should be theirs. Yi Yuan naturally would not let them get off cheaply for nothing. Zhao Zishuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Does that mean that Second Sage is going to buy them? Yi Yuan ignored him. Walking in front of Mu Taixing, he said coolly, You pay this sum of money, and then the medicinal pills refined belong to you. Are you willing or not? Mu Taixing was stunned. There was actually still such a good thing? Just as he was hesitating, Fong Tianren ridiculed again, Hurry up and agree to it. Second Sage taking action, it will definitely be even higher than Void Spirit Grade, such a good thing, there won't be this shop after Pas. Sing by this village. Ha ha ha. Done talking, Fong Tianren burst into laughter. Compared to finished medicinal pills, the cost of spirit medicines was naturally not much. But the likelihood of Yi Yuan successfully refining the 5 medicinal pills was negligible. If the quality was also not high, it would be tantamount to him doing a loss-making deal. However, Fong Tianren's mocking smile deeply triggered him. Mu Taixing gritted his teeth and said with a cold smile, Buddha needs incense, and a man needs self-respect. I'll buy it. I am not scared. Second Sage, Mu Taixing, will bet on this. Yi Yuan laughed and said, A very wise choice. Fong Tianren laughed loudly and said, Indeed a win-win cooperation, impressive, impressive. In the end, Mu Taixing spent 1.5 billion superior-grade divine essence stones and bought the spirit medicines for the 5 types of spirit medicines from the 5 people's hands. At this time, Zhao Zishuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, With Second Sage's status, I'm afraid his medicinal cauldron should be a Tao artifact, right? Can you take it out and let us broaden our horizons? He naturally knew that Yi Yuan did not have a Tao artifact on him, and so he was intentionally squeezing Yi Yuan. How could Tao artifacts be what anybody could have? The medicinal cauldrons on them, those were all top-grade existences, everyone envious of it. The exalted second sage could not very well lose to them in medicinal cauldron. Yi Yuan said coolly, medicinal cauldron? What's that? Only trash like you will treat a medicinal cauldron like a treasure. Zhao Zishuan burst out laughing when he heard that and said, no medicinal cauldron, can you still magic medicinal pills out of thin air? Second sage, indeed well deserving of being second sage, broadening our horizons. Ha ha ha, a wave of guffaws came from all around. But right at this time, Yi Yuan made a move. It was only to see him lightly tap the void. An elementary form of a grand array was currently being sketched out rapidly. As Yi Yuan constructed the array formation, he sent spirit medicines into the array formation, his movements incomparably swift. Formation Dao Pill Refinement. He's actually using Formation Dao to refine rank 8 divine pills. What a profound array formation! I totally can't understand what he's doing. These 5 kinds of medicinal pills don't have records of Formation Dao pill refinement at all. Can he really refine rank 8 divine pills? After experiencing initial shock, everyone started doubting again one after another. After all, using Formation Dao to refine rank 8 divine pills was what many ancestors could not accomplish either. Formation Dao and Alchemy Dao were 2 completely different grade Dao. Especially reaching rank 8 divine pill this level, the grand array needed to be used was too complicated. Ordinary alchemists could not develop it at all. Hence, after seeing Yi Yuan refining pills with Formation Dao, everyone's first reaction was them being surprised. And the second reaction was disbelief. Zhao Zishuan sneered and said, courting people's favor by doing something sensational. The difficulty of these 5 kinds of medicinal pills is extremely high. Furthermore, they are extremely obscure, it's simply impossible to use Formation Dao to refine them. However, he did not understand what was the source of Formation Dao. The so-called source of Formation Dao was standing from the angle of the source, to A lies the array formation. Only knowing Alchemy Dao source and not knowing Formation Dao source, it would naturally be impossible to refine pills. Only knowing Formation Dao source and not understanding Alchemy Dao source, one would similarly not be able to refine it. However, how many people in this heaven-span world could be the same as Yi Yuan, comprehending 2 great powers of source at the same time? The array formation that Yi Yuan set up became more and more complicated. He kept sending spirit medicines into the array formation to refine unceasingly. Furthermore, the spirit medicines that he sent in did not start from the 7 treasures blood congealing pill but appeared rather disorderly and unsystematic. Sometimes, what he sent in were the spirit medicines of the 7 treasures blood congealing pill. At other times, what he sent in were the spirit medicines of the Zheng Yi Imperial Extreme pill. All in all, it was disorderly. When everyone saw this scene, they revealed a disdainful look even more. Even if it was Formation Dao pill refinement, how could it be refined like this? It was simply neither here nor there. Fang Tianren laughed loudly when he saw the situation and said, "Ha ha, a man needs self-respect. Mu Taixing, I want to see how you earn this self-respect. The way he's doing it, you're 1.5 billion will all go down the drain. What dog-fart second sage, complete baloney." Mu Tiexing's expression was livid, his heart sinking to rock bottom. Suddenly, he had a feeling of being played. Yi Yuan doing it like this, he was really going to lose everything. Not only was this second sage unworthy of the Ti, but he was also simply full of Hi plus T. How could he have been blind and bet on him? Facing Fang Tianren's mocking, he actually could not find any words to refute it. Helpless, he could only heave a sigh and planned on turning around and leaving. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's Formation Dao also neared its end already. 5 formations chain, formations arise. Pill condense. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shouted loudly, "This ma!" sieve formation finally started operating fully. For a moment, light shone brilliantly. That blinding light shot straight into the sky, dazzling everyone until they could not open their eyes. That terrifying undulation could be heard audibly throughout Cloudheart City. A grand array that refined 5 medicinal pills at the same time. How shocking was the commotion! Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at that large formation in amazement, struck dumb with amazement. They seemed to have forgotten about time. After the light dissipated, 5 crystal-clear medicinal pills were suspended in the air quietly. Chapter 2296. Reneging. Chapter 2296. Reneging. Hiss. There were sounds of cold air being sucked in all around. The scene before their eyes had clearly already exceeded their understanding. Yi Yuan set up 5 large formations in one breath, then activated the 5 large formations at the same time, refining 5 rank 8 divine pills. This kind of means, forget about seeing it, they had never even heard of it before. Marvelous work of art. Inconceivable. Is this second sage's strength? Truly ridiculously strong. Just based on this move, second sage has already attained mastery, becoming an ancestor CLA's powerhouse. We were all duped by his age. Sacred Ancestor High Priest is Sacred Ancestor High Priest. His eyesight is really sharp. The title of Second Sage is well deserved. The originally doubtful voices all turned into exclamations at this time. Yi Yuan's strength already completely subdued them. The Mu Taixing, who had just walked out not far away, suddenly turned around, 2 eyes Hi plus Ning. V vast spirit divine pill. When he spoke, Mu Taixing's chest was heaving up and down, even his voice was trembling. Clearly, he was extremely excited. Rank 8 vast spirit divine pills were several times more valuable than void spirit divine pills. Furthermore, there was demand but no supply. One had to know, Zhao Zishuan and the rest practically represented the peak standard of 8-star alchemy GODS already. Even some senior 8-star alchemy GODS, their standards were far inferior to them as well. When they took action, they could merely just refine void spirit divine pills too. This showed that the void spirit divine pills circulating on the market were already very, very few. As for vast spirit divine pills, it was virtually extinct. Vast spirit divine pill. Vast spirit divine pill. Rich. Really hit the jackpot this time. Fong Tianren, weren't you showing off just now? Didn't you say that second sage wasn't even dog fart? Open your dog eyes and look at how strong second sage is. Mu Taixing had been holding his anger the whole time. At this time, he finally released it without any reservation. Fong Tianren was long already struck senseless, looking at those 5 medicinal pills in a daze, his entire person in a dumbfounded state. His medicinal pills were purchased for 3 billion a pop. This price itself was already very high. Even if he were to increase the price, it could at most sell for 4 billion. But Mu Taixing's medicinal pill? He only paid the cost price, 300 million a pop. Vast spirit divine pills had demand but no supply. Even if it was 20 billion each, there would absolutely be heavenly emperors who were willing to buy 5 medicinal pills were 100 billion. 5 billion exchanging for 100 billion. Fong Tianren felt like his brain was somewhat overwhelmed. How could it be? How was this possible? This young second sage, who had just stepped into heavenly emperor realm, how could he possibly refine such a high-quality rank 8 divine pill? This time, he really made an error of judgment. Actually, he did not make much money from these few medicinal pills either. It was just that he could not afford to offend those few little ancestors either, so he could only swallow the bitterness himself. Zhao Zishuan's complexion was ashen, only feeling like his understanding was subverted. Using Formation Dao pill refinement, he refined all 5 of these extreme medicinal pills. Furthermore, the grade was even higher than theirs. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan did not go all out. He only refined 5 medicinal pills at the same time in order to save trouble. If he refined it one by one, the quality of the medicinal pills would definitely be higher than now. It might even be possible to attain End Spirit Divine grade. This is impossible. How can Formation Dao pill refinement possibly be refined like you did? How did you do it? Zhao Zishuan was battered out of his senses as he said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Nothing is impossible. It's just that you're too weak and can't understand it, that's all. You feel that it's impossible for me to reach your level at this age. But that's just because your understanding limited your imagination. In Alchemy Dao, being this Ye's junior isn't unjust for you all." Zhao Zishuan 5 people were all battered out of their senses. Their confidence was shattered until there was not an unscathed spot. All along, they had always considered themselves to be number 1 alchemy geniuses. These few people normally did not yield to anyone, all thinking that they were number 1 below the heavens. But today, Yi Yuan shattered their pride into smithereens in a cruise. Hi+ing manner. "Let them go, apologize." Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned sullen, and he said in an aggressive manner. Carrying the might of a great victory, Yi Yuan's voice could make the deaf hear and the blind see. The expressions of Zhao Zishuan and the rest changed suddenly. Finally, they were unable to withstand Yi Yuan's pressure and announced release. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright 2 people saw Yi Yuan, their old faces could not help turning red. Very embarrassed said. They had lived to a ripe old age, but were schemed against by a few little fellows, and even caused Yi Yuan to expose himself in public. They more or less felt a little bad in their hearts. Yi Yuan did not express much, but he looked at Zhao Zishuan and said in a solemn voice, "Apologize." The faces of Zhao Zishuan and the rest flickered incessantly. Agreeing previously was because they felt that they would win for sure. Who knew that it would actually end in a disastrous defeat? These few days of alchemy battle already attracted countless powerhouses. Now, apologizing in front of so many people was equivalent to damaging the reputation of their own masters. Thinking up to here, he stiffened his neck and said, "Already released the people. What's there to apologize? This matter was originally your followers offending us first. So no matter how the logic goes, I'm on the side of reason too. Me teaching them a lesson is perfectly justified." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping across the other few faces, and he said in a solemn voice, "The few of you are the same too?" The other few naturally were not willing to diminish their family's prestige too. How could they possibly apologize in public? Of course. This matter was originally your subordinates' fault. Want to apologize, it should also be them apologizing. Even if you're second sage, you also can't be unreasonable, right? Why, looking at second sage's appearance, could it be that you're going to use force? It's just that your followers' strength is too weak. These few people were all extremely arrogant. The followers that they brought were all 9th firmament heavenly emperors. Wanting to wreck Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was all too casual for them. Therefore, they had nothing to fear. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around and left, walking toward the crowd. Zhao Zishuan and the rest thought that Yi Yuan was leaving just like that and said disdainfully, "So what if second sage? Merely a brat who just entered Heavenly Emperor, that's all. If I don't apologize, what can you do to me?" As Yi Yuan walked, the crowd automatically parted. But in the crowd there were 2 people who were very awkward. These 2 people were precisely Ling Tianqi and Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather. The trap that they carefully set up actually became the battle that achieved Yi Yuan's fame. What irony! However, they hid in the crowd and even thought that Yi Yuan did not discover them. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually went straight towards them? Nowhere to avoid. Who knew that Yi Yuan walked past them as if no one had seen them? Yi Yuan continued ahead, gradually walking in front of someone, and said calmly, "Brother Zijin, you guys are the host. Is your Cloudheart City going to care about this matter or not? This person was precisely Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin. It turned out that he was also hiding in the crowd, observing Yi Yuan's alchemy strength. Honestly speaking, he was really taken aback. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually won in such a manner. Too exciting. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually found him in the crowd at a glance, and came to question him. Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin also had another ident. 1. Tai, that was Cloudheart City's lord. This matter should be managed by him. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with difficulty, Second Sage, this matter was originally your own problem. I feel that Zhao Zishuan they all aren't wrong. Chapter 2297. Request to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Chapter 2297. Request to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Zi Jin thought that Yi Yuan would fly into a rage, and then Yi Yuan would question him loudly. But the result was unexpected. Yi Yuan just nonchalantly said, understood, then turned around and left. What second sage? Merely a wuss, he doesn't even dare to let out a fart. Ling Tianqi said with a disdainful look. Zhao Zishuan also smiled and said, no matter how formidable his alchemy Dao, he's also merely a brat. I reckon that he might be going back to cry to sacred ancestor high priest right now. Ha ha ha, everyone guffawed with laughter. What kind of status does sacred ancestor high priest have? How can he possibly forcibly stand up for this minor thing? This kid is still too young. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather also said disdainfully. But Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin frowned slightly, kept on feeling that something was not quite right. He did not understand much about Yi Yuan, but looking at Yi Yuan's attitude towards Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather previously, he did not seem like someone who yielded so easily. Just as he was musing, Zhao Zishuan and the rest came over to give thanks. Many thanks to Lord Zi Jin for your righteous actions. Zishuan is endlessly grateful. Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin smiled and said, this emperor was just telling the truth. Zishuan doesn't have to be courteous. Zhao Zishuan said hatefully, Second Sage is indeed a rare alchemy genius, but his behavior is a little too overbearing. Clearly was in the wrong, and he still wanted to force us to apologize, truly preposterous. Zi Jin nodded and said, this matter, Second Sage was indeed in the wrong. Actually, they naturally knew in their hearts as well. This matter was planned out by them in the first place. Zhao Zishuan also knew it in his heart. Hence, no matter what, Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin also would not stand on Yi Yuan's side. Otherwise, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? This side was just discussing animatedly when a thunderous voice rolled over from a distance. Priest Temple's Yi Yuan requests to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. These 10 words could make the deaf hear and the blind see, echoing throughout the entire Cloudheart City. Everyone trembled all over, immediately revealing looks of astonishment. What? Second Sage he is actually going to challenge the mountain. Cloud Summer Mountain, that's where Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove is staying. This is going to be a big trouble now. Everyone's gazes all gathered on a youth in brocade beside Zhao Zishuan. The youth in brocade was called Zhu Tianxiang, who was precisely Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's proud disciple. Challenging the mountain, this is a blatant face-slapping behavior. Is Second Sage planning on challenging a holy land by himself? Too crazy. Too crazy. You're wrong. Most likely, his goal isn't just a Cloud Summer Mountain. What? You mean everyone's gazes looked over toward Zhao Zishuan 5 people once more. Second Sage's goal was not just a Cloud Summer Mountain, but it was to challenge the 5 great holy lands. They guessed correctly. Yi Yuan's goal was precisely to challenge the 5 great holy lands. Weren't you guys not apologizing? Fine. Then I'll slap until your entire holy land lose all reputation. Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin and Zhao Zishuan and company were clearly together. They were working in cahoot. There was nowhere for Yi Yuan to reason it out even if he wanted to. Therefore, he might as well not reason things out. Since you were unreasonable, then I'll be unreasonable too. I'll beat you until you yield. The so-called challenging mountain was Yi Yuan challenging all of Cloud Summer Mountain's powerhouses all the way from the foot of the mountain up. As long as there was anyone who was not convinced, they could come forward and fight. This sort of action required extremely powerful strength, as well as immensely strong courage. Who in the present world dared to say that they could definitely win these few ancestor-level powerhouses? Yi Yuan doing so was betting his own reputation and the priest temple's reputation. At the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, alchemy powerhouses were plentiful like clouds. One could say that it gathered the entire heaven-span world's alchemy powerhouses. Once Yi Yuan failed, not only would he become the alchemy world's laughingstock, even the entire sacrificial temple would become the alchemy world's laughingstock. After all, Yi Yuan was not some low-level minor character. He was the priest temple's second sage. Of course, if Yi Yuan won, then Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's lineage would become the entire alchemy world's laughingstock. One person sweeping across an entire holy land, there was no way it would not be humiliating. Sacrificial Temple's Yi Yuan requests to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more. The entire Cloudheart city exploded. Before coming, everyone had heard of the Tlea of Second Sage resoundingly like the roar of thunder. But no one could have thought that Second Sage was actually so tough, challenging the mountain at a word of disagreement. Zhu Tianxiang smiled coldly and said, "This guy is crazy, right? Who does he think he is? Apart from those few in this world, who dares to say that they can definitely win Master? Having the Tlea of Second Sage, does he really think that he is an ancestor-level powerhouse?" Zhao Zishuan laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, it's really making me die of laughter. Just now I was really intimidated by this guy. After messing around for so long, this guy is just a kid who hasn't grown up, acting out of spite here? At this time, that one on Feather Mountain is likely currently stamping with rage, right?" After Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin was shocked, he also laughed in spite of himself and said, "I underestimated this one's temper, to actually do such an action that seeks death. With this, the mess can't be cleaned up anymore even if we want to." The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference had not officially started yet, and the atmosphere was already pushed to the climax by Yi Yuan. His action thoroughly ignited the quiet Myriad Region Alchemy Conference all at once. Regardless of whether it was those giants or small fries, currently, everyone's gazes were all focused on Cloud Summer Mountain. The crowd rushed out of the city like a tide, heading towards Cloud Summer Mountain. How could one miss such a grand occasion? Priest Temple's Yi Yuan requests to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out for the third time. The entire Cloud Summer Mountain could hear it clearly. At the top of Cloud Summer Mountain, inside the Great Hall, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's brows were tightly locked. In front of him, his disciples were all extremely enraged. "Master, this punk really takes himself to be some big shot, to actually dare provoke a great holy land. Master, I can go and get rid of him by myself." Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove frowned and said, "This emperor didn't provoke the priest temple. Why did this boy do such an Astonies? Hi+ing action?" Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's gaze turned intent and he said, "Where's Tianxiang?" The moment the group of disciples looked, Zhu Tianxiang was indeed not around. They understood this youngest apprentice brother very well. With his temperament, he should have long appeared. Master, youngest apprentice brother and Zhao Zishuan, they all went to Cloudheart City, eldest senior brother Yun Winborn said. Everyone's faces changed, immediately guessing what was going on. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove snorted coldly and said, "This scoundrelly punk, too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The priest temple, This old man doesn't dare to provoke either, but he's actually being the bird who takes the lead. Yun Winborn's expression was complicated as he said, Master, then should we meet the challenge or not? Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove snorted coldly and said, Of course we accept the challenge. He already came to the doorstep. Could it be that we can still be cowardly turtles? This way, wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the world, saying that we don't even dare to deal with a little brat? Jiling, you bring the junior apprentice brothers to go and guard the pas. Young and aggressive, this emperor is also very curious about this second sage. Today, I want to see whether or not he's really as formidable as the stories I heard. Chapter 2298, Sweeping Away. Chapter 2298, Sweeping Away. Ha ha! This boy repeatedly does alarming things. Blocking the door and face slapping, truly overbearing. Inside Feather Mountain's great hall, Sacred Ancestor High Priest burst into laughter. Yi Yuan's action caused such a great commotion. Sacred Ancestor High Priest would know even if he did not want to. Master, with second sage messing around like this, if he loses, what he loses will be our face. Eldest disciple said. Yeah, Master. Take the chance that challenging the mountain hasn't begun yet. You should make a move and stop this absurd move. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove has already been famous for a long time. He's absolutely not an existence that second sage can shake. Third disciple said. Sacred Ancestor High Priest swept across the faces of his disciples and said with a big smile, Why do I have to stop it? Such an exciting great show, how boring would it be to stop it? Face? How much is face worth? The few of you have been in a high position for too long, and you have long already forgotten your initial intention. Face isn't what others give to you, but you vying for it yourself. The reason why you all have face is because Master's strength is powerful enough. Master doesn't have face, it's because Master's strength isn't as powerful as Medicine Ancestors, nothing more. The group of disciples trembled all over, all revealing expressions of shame. GMO was silent for a moment, and then he spoke up. Master, if Lord Second Sage is defeated, what should we do? Sacred Ancestor High Priest said indifferently, Lose then lose, what's the big deal? Some people, if they lose, then they are really defeated. While others will become braver in the face of setbacks. Which type do you think this boy is? GMO said without thinking, Lord Second Sage's temperament is extremely steadfast and persevering. So he's the latter. Sacred Ancestor High Priest nodded and said, Therefore, he won't lose. Regardless of getting a win or a loss, the victor will be him. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's words were somewhat awkward sounding, but the meaning was very clear. If he won, Yi Yuan's name would become renowned throughout the Heavenspan world, and he would rise to the rank of ancestors from there. If he lost, Yi Yuan would definitely reflect on the bitter lesson and learn his lesson from the failure. No matter what, Yi Yuan was already in a position that could not be defeated. GMO was shocked, suddenly feeling that Yi Yuan's operation was full marks. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave him a glance and said smilingly, This boy is clear about what he's doing. This boy isn't somebody who causes trouble for no reason. You go and investigate the reason why he suddenly wants to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Yes, Master. GMO received the order and left. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind him, climbed up the steps, neither hurriedly nor slowly. The commotion stirred so much. It was impossible for Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove to not receive the move. After all, ancestors have the pride of ancestors. A large group of people followed behind Yi Yuan. They were all here to watch the show. The commotion was too big. They had to pay attention to it even if they did not want to. How far do you guys think Second Sage can challenge until? His strength is really very strong. But Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's disciples' strengths are similarly not weak. I reckon that he should be able to meet their eldest senior brother, Yun Winborn. Yun Winborn is a grand completion ancestor realm level powerhouse. Aren't you overestimating him too much? In my view, he can meet their third senior brother, Tong Chiwei. With the battle against Zhao Zishuan earlier, Yi Yuan already proved his own strength. Right now, there was already no one who felt that Yi Yuan, this second sage, enjoyed undeserved fame. However, he was actually going to challenge ancestor-level powerhouses right now. It was still overestimating his own ability a little too much. One had to know, ancestor-level powerhouses, their disciples' strength already reached the peak of the Heavenspan world's alchemy Dao 2. Only in front of the ancestors would they be a notch lower. In front of others, those were all heaven-shocking big shot. This kind of powerhouse was not what anybody could provoke. Very soon, a youth in green robes walked over from on top of the mountain. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with disdain. It's you who's challenging the mountain? Yes. Do you know what place this is? I know. You know and you still dare to come? I'm here to slap faces. Ha, what high-sounding sentiments. This emperor is ancestor Maple Grove's 8th disciple, Gu Yulong. I'll size up second sage's strength. You're too weak. It's better to let ancestor Maple Grove himself come out. Gu Yulong had a disdainful look and said with a cold smile, I hope that your strength is as great as your tone, since you came to challenge the mountain, Pa-S me first before talking. Yi Yuan nodded and said coolly, Okay. Mu Taisheng. Oh, this lowly one is here. Hearing Yi Yuan's summons, Mu Taisheng ran out subserviently, a flattering look on his face. He was a late-stage, heavenly emperor's super powerhouse too. Currently, in front of Yi Yuan, he was like a little lackey. In the crowd, Feng Tianren was already crazy with envy. He hated it. Why did he have to posture in front of Yi Yuan? Why did he step on Yi Yuan? Originally, he was still very happy to have earned several billion. But now, when he saw Mu Taisheng, that bit of profit suddenly became dull and tasteless. Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually went to find Mu Taisheng again. Several days later, Mu Taisheng held the vast spirit divine pill in his hand gleefully, smiling like an idiot, while Gu Yulong was sitting at one side dejectedly, battered out of his senses. He lost too miserably. The medicinal pill was chosen by him. It was much harder than even Zhu Tianxiang's. Gu Yulong already performed very well, but he was still completely wrecked by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan continued advancing. Before long, another person came down the mountain. The opponent this time was Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove's 6th disciple. The result was still a miserable defeat. The few disciples at the back, Yi Yuan swept all the way. No matter what medicinal pill the other party picked, Yi Yuan would firmly suppress the other party. The current Yi Yuan was like an unrivaled expert. No matter how formidable your means were, I would stand firm and not budge an inch. His might was like a tall mountain, being insurmountable. Finally, Yi Yuan encountered the third disciple, Tong Chiwei. The reason why many people predicted that Yi Yuan would stop at Tong Chiwei was because starting from him, the disciples at the back were all late-stage Ancestor Realm powerhouses. Late-stage Ancestor Realm powerhouses represented the apex of Alchemy Dao. As long as Ancestors did not come into being, this level of powerhouse was the strongest existence in the world. When Tong Chiwei saw Yi Yuan, he said coolly, To be able to walk until here, you're indeed very strong already. Second Sage indeed lives up to your reputation. It's just that it ends here. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as he said, You're a junior, you choose the medicinal pill. Tong Chiwei's face changed and he said in a solemn voice, Reckless and blind. Since you're looking for abuse, then this emperor will grant you your Wisconsin H. Plus I choose the Supreme G.O. derefining pill. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, Begin then. Tong Chiwei frowned and said, Since it's an alchemy battle, it naturally starts at the same time. Yi Yuan said coolly, I refine pills with formation Dao. If I start, you don't need to refine anymore. That way you'll lose even more face. Tong Chiwei was shocked and angry as he said, Formation Dao Pill Refinement. You're refining the Supreme Go de-refining pill with Formation Dao? At this time, Gu Yulong smiled bitterly and said, Third senior brother, he has been doing Formation Dao Pill Refinement all the way. Tong Chiwei's entire body trembled, finally starting to look at Yi Yuan squarely. He nodded his head and said, Fine, I'll refine first. Today, I'll witness your Formation Dao Pill Refinement. Several days later, Tong Chiwei looked at that end Spirit Divine pill and was speechless for a long time. He did not even realize that Yi Yuan walked past him. Mu Taixing was agitated until his heart was about to jump out. He put away the Supreme Go de-refining pill happily. Chapter 2299. Seething Cloud Summer Mountain. Chapter 2299. Seething Cloud Summer Mountain. How can this second sage be so strong? Against a late-stage ancestor realm expert, he was actually crushed by second sage until he's black and blue all over. Second sage is so young, and yet he actually already reached the peak late-stage ancestor realm? The highlight of the show is at the back. Eldest senior brother Yun Winborn is a grand completion ancestor realm powerhouse, a truly apex existence. Winning against him, even if second sage loses, no one will dare to say anything either. Leaving behind the second senior brother with a defeated look, Yi Yuan advanced once again. This time, who he was facing was a true apex existence, Yun Winborn. Grand completion ancestor realm. This was the limit that ordinary alchemists could reach already. If there was no heaven-defying lucky chance, comprehending Dao pills was virtually something impossible. The various major ancestors' chief disciples had already followed their ancestors to cultivate for Go. D knows how many years. Most of them stopped at this realm and did not advance. A powerhouse such as Sacred Ancestor High Priest, his first 3 disciples were all grand completion ancestor realm. But there was not even one person among them who had comprehended Dao Pill. The human race's powerhouses were numerous. The state of alchemy Dao was flurries. Hi+ing. There were still some grand completion ancestor realm alchemists. But among these people, those who could take this final step were scanty few. If not for Medicine Ancestor issuing this call this time, these few ancestors would not come into being at all. The alchemy powerhouses who followed up were inexplicably excited. This kind of pinnacle showdown, how could one see it normally? The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time was originally hosted for disciples of the younger generation. Everyone also completely did not expect the peak showdown of grand completion ancestor realms. Yun Winborn looked at Yi Yuan and said with a calm demeanor, Able to walk until this point at a young age, you truly set the world ablaze. This Yun admires endlessly. The current Yun Winborn was not whatever ancestor Maplegrove's disciple, but a grandmaster of the generation. Yi Yuan was very strong and he saw it. But he would not shake his own faith because of Yi Yuan's might. Reaching this level of realm, he had long already cultivated extremely strong confidence. No one could shake it in the slightest. With the ancestors not coming out, he was the summit of the top. As for Yi Yuan comprehending Dao Pill, he did not think about it at all, because that was something impossible. Thinking back then, how amazingly talented was he too. Even if he could not compare to the present Yi Yuan, he also would not be too lacking. But countless tens of thousands of years had Pa said, he was still unable to take that step. Yi Yuan was indeed outstandingly talented, but he would be stuck at this step in the next 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, even a trillion years. Same old rules. You're a generation younger. So you pick the medicinal pill. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly. The rest all had strange looks. Yi Yuan was young in age but behaved like an elder. It was really incongruous. But these words were also true in all senses. And, body could find any fault either. Yun Winborn's self-restraint was much better than his junior apprentice brother's. He did not get angry, but he said with a faint smile, "It ends here then. Being able to walk in front of this emperor is already sufficient to prove your Ti of second sage. Withdraw now and this emperor can take it as if nothing happened. If not, this defeat will affect your Dao heart. Tsk, a master is a master, this tolerance is really extraordinary. Yun Winborn's strength isn't at all inferior compared to the priest temple's high priest Mao Yuan too. He's already standing at the top of the alchemy path. If the ancestors don't come out, who can challenge? If second sage is sensible, he should withdraw." Yun Winborn's action immediately drew many praises. This was the bearing of an expert. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and could not help laughing as he said, "You all are indeed old fellows who have lived for trillions of years. But on the path of alchemy, those who reached first can teach. You all are not viewing this Yi as second sage, that's fine. Then, I'll fight until you all are convinced." From Zhu Tianxiang to Yun Winborn, including many people present, they all felt that he was relying on sacred ancestor high priest's awe-inspiring reputation to obtain the Ti of second sage. Hence, that was why they dared to go from bad to worse, digging a pit for heavenly emperor just bright to jump, then even acted in collusion. Since that was the case, I'll fight until you are convinced. He did not explain anything because words were feeble. If he said that he knew how to refine Dao pills, body would believe it at all. Since that was the case, then he would face the ancestors and have a dialogue with ancestor-level powerhouses. Yun Winborn was clearly indifferent as he said with a smile, "Since that's the case, fine then. The medicinal pill will be chosen by second sage." Yi Yuan shook his head and insisted, "You are a junior, so you choose it. Otherwise, this Yi will win unscrupulously." Everyone had strange looks on their faces. Yun Winborn shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, "Fine, this Yun will choose the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill then." Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was the most difficult existence among rank 8 divine pills. Yun Winborn's strength already reached until here? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and nodded his head slightly and said, "Okay, Mu Taixing." Mu Tiexing's entire person was in a daze. He did not know how he walked over. Coming all this way, his entire person already floated up to the sky. The difficulty of the medicinal pills got higher and higher, but the quality got higher and higher. Today, a pie really fell from the sky. Right now, he was endlessly grateful toward Fong Tianren's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. If not for this guy wanting to step on Yi Yuan to move up, he also would not have picked up such a huge bargain. Spending 10 billion superior-grade divine essence stones, he bought a set of spirit medicines from Yun Winborn there. "Begin then," Yi Yuan said coolly. Yun Winborn did not argue either, smiling slightly, and started refining the pill. The moment he made his move, the wind and clouds immediately surged. An aura of Dao suddenly descended upon Cloud Summer Mountain. For some time, on Cloud Summer Mountain, fate arose and extinguished, flowers bloomed and faded. It was like a world was slowly forming inside the medicinal cauldron. Compared to Yun Winborn's pill refinement, his junior apprentice brothers did not even count as a fart. Many people have witnessed the pill refinements of Zhu Tianxiang and the rest. At that time, it already took their breath away in astonishment, being immensely shocked. But only now did they know how insignificant they were, and how ignorant. It turned out that alchemy Dao can reach such a level. Forget about Zhu Tianxiang. Even ancestor Maplegrove's second disciple paled in comparison in front of Yun Winborn too. Yun Winborn's might was the strength ACCU Mulat over the years. It was an unrivaled strength. With the ancestors not coming out, no one could reach such a height at all. Many people all cast sympathetic gazes toward Yi Yuan. This time, second sage finally kicked a metal plate. Even if Yi Yuan's realm also reached grand completion ancestor realm, it was impossible to Serpa S. Yun Winborn too. This kind of strength that was tempered endlessly was simply unmatched. Unless one reached the legendary Dao Pill level, otherwise it was simply impossible to win. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered, his eyes staring at Yun Winborn without blinking. Indeed, compared to his junior apprentice brothers, this Yun Winborn was much stronger. From Yun Winborn's refinement, Yi Yuan learned many things. He would never overlook his opponents because they were weak. If there was good stuff, he would learn without the slightest hesitation. Just like this, time said quietly. Several days later, the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill formed. Yun Winborn's face still had a faint smile, opening the furnace calmly. For a moment, Cloud Summer Mountain seethed with excitement. Chapter 2300. Spirit Link Divine Pill, appear. Chapter 2300. Spirit Link Divine Pill, appear. End Spirit Divine Pill. End Spirit South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill. My God, looking at this quality, it should have reached peak End Spirit, right? Truly well deserving of being Yun Winborn. The South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill is the taboo of 8-star alchemy gods. He can actually reach peak End Spirit, it simply reached the acme of perfection already. South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, that was a legendary medicinal pill. Being able to refine the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was a form of honor in itself. But Yun Winborn's strength could actually refine it to the limits of peak End Spirit. Having this level of skill, one could virtually roam the heaven-span world unhindered already. The major powers that came to the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, apart from ancestors, they really could not find anyone stronger than him anymore. At the very most, it was also just being equally matched in strength with him. People could not help casting sympathetic looks toward Yi Yuan. Yun Winborn already gave him a way out earlier, but he refused to back down no matter what, insisting on looking for abuse. Yun Winborn looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Second Sage, this Yun asked you to leave earlier. It's to respect that your talent is outstanding, and I couldn't bear to deal a blow to your Dao heart. But you insisted on forcing this Yun to take action, so why bother?" When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help finding it funny. This Yun Winborn felt that he won for sure? Of course, it was not just him. Among everyone present, no one felt that Yi Yuan still had a chance to win. Deal a blow to my Dao heart? Just based on you, you're not qualified enough yet. Don't you forget, there's still Spirit Link above End Spirit. Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Spirit Link? Hoo-hoo, not that this Yun is looking down on South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, it's really that this step is too difficult. The alchemy powerhouses in the same generation as this Yun are at most evenly matched in strength with this Yun too. Even for the eldest disciple under Sacred Ancestor High Priest Shu Yen, it's also impossible for him to refine the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill to the realm of Spirit Link," Yun Winborn said with an indifferent smile. In his view, Yi Yuan was merely on his deathbed struggle, gilding gold onto his own face. Spirit Link Divine Pills, it was not like he could not refine them. But he could not refine it for the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill. Refining the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill to the realm of Spirit Link, it would not be successful unless ancestors take action. But could Yi Yuan reach the strength of ancestors? Obviously not. Hoo-hoo, Spirit Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, really never heard of it. But this hair's breadth was as far as the horizon. There was an incomparably tough yet thin film. You could see through, but you could not touch it. Yun Winborn, this level of powerhouse, was forever blocked outside the door of Dao Pill by this thin film. Unable to refine Dao Pills, they could forever only be disciples. No matter how strong, they were also just mortal level strong. Yi Yuan did not experience late stage and grand completion ancestor realm, these two realms, but he directly reached the source of alchemy Tao. But when he turned his head back to look again, the originally incomparably complicated medicinal pills were also merely thus in front of him. South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was a taboo-like existence in other people's eyes. But in front of him, it was merely like this. He could make use of formation Tao to lies the medicinal pill bit by bit, then finish refining through formation Tao according to the prescribed routine. When he sent the spirit medicines into the array formation, the grand array suddenly released a dazzling light. A power of great Tao even stronger than when Yun Windborn refined suddenly descended, pouring into the array formation. Everyone's faces all changed at this instant. Such a powerful aura of Tao. Could it be that he can really refine a Spirit Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill? This is impossible. Yun Windborn's expression finally changed drastically. The original indifference was long already replaced by shock. Even though he had 10,000 disbeliefs that Yi Yuan could succeed in refining, logic told him that Yi Yuan really succeeded. Reading his level of realm, how could he not understand what this terrifying aura of Tao meant? Very soon, the array formation dissipated, the medicinal pill condensed. A wave of aura that made people alarmed instantly spread out. Oppressive spiritual energy, I seem to have seen a living thing. Is this a Spirit Link divine pill? I seem to have seen the great Tao of heaven and earth. He really succeeded in refining. Just where do his limits lie? Everyone was dumbfounded. Among them, the vast majority were seeing a Spirit Link divine pill for the first time. This level of medicinal pill only circulated in the hands of top powerhouses. Even Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses might not have seen them before too. Many people looked toward that medicinal pill. Their eyes were red. Envy. The medicinal effect of a Spirit Link divine pill was simply unimaginable. Mu Taixing, what are you still in a daze for? Yi Yuan saw that Mu Taixing was still in a trance. So he reminded Mu Taixing. Mu Tiexing's entire body trembled, suddenly feeling one murderous gaze after another landing on his body. Chapter 2301. Vile SPA.W.N. Why haven't you hurry up and scram back? Chapter 2301. Vile SPA.W.N. Why haven't you hurry up and scram back? A Spirit Link divine pill coming into being was no less than a precious treasure coming into being. Furthermore, the effect of the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was used for cultivation. Consuming a Spirit Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill could practically make Heavenly Emperor powerhouses directly improve by a minor realm. For Heavenly Emperor realm, cultivation was done in units of million years. Heavenly Emperors with slightly poor apartment attitudes might not be able to break through a minor realm in 10 million years. What raising a minor realm meant could be imagined. Hence, the eyes of many powerhouses present were already red. This medicinal pill naturally would not have any problem being held by Yun Windborn. He himself was a Deva realm super powerhouse. There also would not be any problem if it was in Yi Yuan's possession. With Yi Yuan's status, at least in this Cloudheart realm, no one would dare to take action. But placed in Mu Tiexing's hands, that was like a 3-year-old kid holding a pile of gold bricks and passing through a busy city. It was true that he was strong, but the experts here were too many. As second sage, this medicinal pill, you'd better keep it for yourself. This Mu doesn't have this fortune, Mu Taixing said with a bitter smile. To say such words, he endured great temptation too. Actually, if he held this medicinal pill, he naturally would not sell it. He would take it himself. But he knew that he could not bring this medicinal pill out. Yi Yuan said coolly, put it away. In a while, you follow me down the mountain. Mu Tiexing's entire body trembled and he said with wild elation, Many thanks, second sage. Many thanks, second sage. The others revealed hints of dread, the blood-red color in their eyes fading significantly. The commotion here must have already startled Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Making a move against Second Sage now, they would be smacked to death with one slap. They naturally would not do this sort of stupid thing. It was just that, what a shame. Pooh work. In the crowd, when Fang Tianren saw Mu Taixing put away the Spirit Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, he could not resist spurting out a mouthful of blood, and directly fainting away. Yi Yuan used action to tell him what was called losing the watermelon to pick up a sesame. Weren't you COCKY? Weren't you arrogant? Didn't you say that Second Sage was nothing? Fine then, anger you to death. Looking at the unconscious Fang Tianren, everyone cast pitiful gazes toward him. While at this time, Yun Winborn was still in shock and had not recovered to his senses for a long time. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I can go past now, right?" Yun Winborn's entire body trembled and he said involuntarily, "How did you do it?" Without a trace of source undulation, you actually refined a Spirit Link Divine Pill. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I already said earlier, you're a junior. It's just that you didn't take it to heart." Finished saying that, Yi Yuan walked around Yun Winborn and continued walking up the mountain. Mu Taixing had a vigilant look, following after like a cat. Yun Winborn was battered out of his senses as he muttered under his breath, "I was actually defeated at the hands of a little brat. Then what do my efforts all these years count for? Laughable. Truly ridiculous. I even thought that I was standing at the summit below Daopil. I didn't expect that I actually couldn't even beat a child. Ha ha ha, what pinnacle alchemy Dao. What grand completion ancestor realm. I, Yun Winborn, am merely a loser." All of a sudden, Yun Winborn seemed to have gone crazy, his entire person in a state of madness. Everyone's gaze looked toward him one after another, and could not help feeling shocked. Yun Winborn previously said that Yi Yuan's Dao heart would fall. He did not expect that it was his Dao heart that would actually crumble. But they could also understand Yun Winborn's feelings. A super powerhouse standing at the top actually lost to a child who just made his world debut. This kind of psychological depression was really not what the average person could bear. As the saying went, the higher one stood, the harder one fell. It was this logic. A powerhouse like Yun Winborn, his psychological development was ACCU. Mulat bit by bit over 1 trillion years. Their hearts were extremely strong and could be said to be infallible. However, they had been in a high position for too long. In Yun Winborn's heart, those that could compete with him were only those ancestors' #1 disciples. The others were long already not in their sights. Losing to those people did not have much of an impact on him, while the rest were not his match at all too. But who could have thought that 1 trillion years later, a roughly 2,000 years old young man came roaring into existence, and carried out a domineering devastation against him with unparalleled talent. Although everyone called him Second Sage, even though he beat his junior apprentice brothers, he still had strong confidence in himself. After all, he was already standing at the summit of the alchemy peak. But he was defeated. Utterly and thoroughly defeated. His Dao heart was like a crack had fissured apart on an embankment, fissuring wider and wider. Finally, his Dao heart was lost. Winborn, bring your junior apprentice brothers to the Great Hall. The others withdraw. Suddenly, an incomparably illusory voice suddenly landed. Everyone was shocked inwardly. Ancestor Maplegrove gave instructions at this time. Withdrawing just like this? Ancestor Maplegrove is actually not letting us watch anymore. What a shame. Truly a pity. How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge ancestor-level powerhouses? This level of pinnacle showdown, it makes people excited to even think about it. Everyone's faces revealed extremely regretful expressions. This level of pinnacle showdown might be hard to come across even in 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. This time there was finally a chance to see it, but Ancestor Maplegrove actually did not allow people to watch the fight anymore. Yun Windborn's entire body trembled, bringing his junior apprentice brothers up the mountain in a daze. At this time, Zhao Zishuan 5 people were still in the city. Heavenly Emperor Zijin was being the host and currently inviting them to a meal. Hoo, that punk really overestimates his own ability. Who does he think he is, to actually dare provoke Ancestor Maplegrove? Zhao Zishuan said disdainfully. Heavenly Emperor Zijin said, got to say, Second Sage's strength is really very strong. It's just that, provoking Ancestor-level powerhouses, he's still too young. Counting the time, he should have already lost, right? Zhu Tianxiang said, with my guess, second senior brother probably can't stop him too. Right now, his alchemy battle with eldest senior brother should have already ended. Heavenly Emperor Zijin smiled and said, the scout should already be on the way back. He'll be here soon. But at this time, a thunderous voice suddenly exploded in Zhu Tianxiang's ears, making him jump in fright. Vile SPA's WN, scram back for master. Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed wildly. The wine that reached his mouth splashed all over him. He did not speak, taking a step out, directly going out of Cloudheart City. The others exchanged glances, not knowing what it could mean. The voice at Zhu Tianxiang here was very loud, but the others could not hear it. A person asked, what's wrong with Brother Zhu? He left without even saying anything? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically too, figure flash. HI+ing disappearing on the spot. Then there was the third, the fourth. Zhao Zishuan's expression changed wildly and he said with a frown, what in the world is going on? These guys didn't even say anything, vile SPA. WN, look what you've done. Why haven't you hurry up and get back to master? Immediately. At once. Right then, a voice similarly exploded in his ears. His expression changed, disappearing from where he was. Heavenly Emperor Zijin and Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather exchanged glances, not understanding what was going on. Chapter 2302. Dialogue with Ancestor. Chapter 2302. Dialogue with Ancestor. Above the Great All, an old man whose hair and beard were all white slowly walked down from a high position. He then arrived before Yiyuan. He made an inviting gesture and said, Second Sage, please sit. Yiyuan nodded slightly and sat down with Yiyuan as guest and host. The disciples were dumbstruck with astonishment by the old man's action. How exalted was their master's status! Apart from those few old monsters, who could afford to have his elderly self welcome so respectfully. Second Sage has already gained enlightenment on Tao? Ancestor Maplegrove said calmly. The tone seemed to be probing, but actually, he had long already ascertained it in his heart. Otherwise, with his status, how could he possibly specially come down and sit down with Yiyuan as equals? I have some enlightenment. Is Ancestor Maplegrove going to teach a thing or two? Yiyuan said coolly. No need. Reaching our level of existence, it's best to not easily take action. Firstly, spirit medicines are hard to come by. Secondly, our status is like this. Ancestor Maplegrove directly refused. If Ancestor is like this, it makes it very hard for this Yiyuan said helplessly. Hoo, this old man knows that Second Sage has other motives. It's just that exchanging moves with that person isn't a wise action. This point you should understand, Ancestor Maplegrove said with a solemn look. This Yi understands, however. This Yi has nothing to fear. Yiyuan said with a nod. Ancestor Maplegrove shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, Indeed, the newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers. Except, it probably won't work with this old man here. Not just this old man here. It probably also won't work with those other few people there. Yiyuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Then it's truly a pity. These two people's conversation felt like it was inside cloud and fog, but the disciples all understood. The amount of information was too great. Firstly, Yiyuan already reached the level of Tao Pill. Secondly, Yi Yuan was going to challenge Medicine Ancestor. Thirdly, Master was not willing to fight with Yi Yuan. No matter which one, it was all information that was like a thunderbolt out of clear sky. Ancestor Maplegrove was not willing to fight with Yi Yuan because no matter win or lose, it would not benefit him at all. Moreover, an old monster like him had long already seen things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire. How could he be easily exploited by people? Previously, it was because he did not know Yi Yuan's strength. Now, since he already knew, he was naturally not willing to be the one to take the lead. Lowering his head to Yi Yuan now could be said to be looking on the account of Sacred Ancestor High Priest's face. But once they exchanged blows, winning was ought to be. Furthermore, it could prove that Yi Yuan already reached the realm of Dao Pil, helping him achieve his aim. Losing, that would really be a cruise. Hi+ing defeat. Yun Windborn and the rest had long already fallen into endless shock and were unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Gaining enlightenment on Dao. What Dao was gained through enlightenment? The few of them were not fools, how could they not guess? Yi Yuan already gained enlightenment on Alchemy Dao Source and reached the level of Dao Pil. He was the same level of powerhouse as their master already. But how was this possible? This fellow who was the same as a child in their eyes actually already stood at the true summit, reaching the realm of Ancestor. This sort of thing they were not willing to believe. They did not believe it at all. Especially Yun Windborn, he had already stood at this intersection for God knows how many years already, and was still at a loss on the direction to take. Only a powerhouse like him could truly understand how difficult it was to take this step. In the past, he took his time, quietly waiting for the arrival of that day. But today, the situation changed drastically. A latecomer who came no idea how many years later than he did, yet the person actually ran in front of him and sat down with his master to debate on Dao. This blow was simply incomparable. Yi Yuan defeating Zhu Tianxiang, they could understand. After all, he was second sage. Yi Yuan defeating Gu Yulong, they could also understand. After all, he was second sage. Even Yi Yuan defeating Yun Windborn, they could still understand. After all, he was second sage. But how did he take this step? Dao Pil. That was the realm that all alchemists sought from high to low, but could not attain. The realm that no matter how hard they worked, no matter how they struggled, they could not reach. This ridiculously young child achieved it. Right at this time, someone suddenly burst into the hall. What happened, master? Why are you here? Zhu Tianxiang hurriedly ran in to take a look and suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was sitting opposite of his own master, conversing happily. This shock was by no means insignificant. Yi Yuan coming up, shouldn't he have long been finished off by his senior apprentice brothers? How did he start chatting with his master? Looking over at his senior apprentice brothers there, each and every one was battered out of their senses, grief-stricken as if bereaved of their parents. That appearance was like they were stricken dumb with amazement by something. Just as Zhu Tianxiang was filled with doubts, he heard Ancestor Maplegrove say in a cold voice, "Vile SPAWN, look what you've done. Why haven't you come over to kneel and apologize to Second Sage?" Zhu Tianxiang shuddered all over, a look of disbelief as he said, "Master, you're making me kneel down and apologize to this punk? I assent this bringing down your elderly self's prestige?" Zhu Tianxiang's talent was extremely high. Ancestor Maplegrove normally doted on him a lot. Many rules, he would open one eye and close the other. It was really rare to be as stern as today. Ancestor Maplegrove's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Why? Master's words aren't useful anymore? Or is it that you already feel that you can graduate?" Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed wildly, only then knowing that master was not joking. He was being serious. Hearing the meaning of his words, if he did not kneel down and apologize, he would likely be expelled. Thud. Zhu Tianxiang knelt down in front of Yi Yuan with a look of unwillingness. "Master, I'm unconvinced." Based on what? Zhu Tianxiang was still unwilling as he said. Insolence. Second sage is in existence in the same generation as master. You're a junior in front of him. Is this Neil wrong? Moreover, you fool. Being made use of by people and don't know it, and even want to lead the fire onto master's head. With this, the entire Cloud Summer Mountain became a joke. Are you satisfied? Ancestor Maplegrove said with an angry face. Zhu Tianxiang was still unconvinced, but he heard Yun Winborn say with waned interest, "Little junior brother, don't argue any more. Second sage has already comprehended alchemy Tao source and is an ancestor-level powerhouse like master. This Neil of yours, he can bear it." What? This is impossible. Zhu Tianxiang's entire body trembled violently. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with horror. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I gave you the chance. Originally, it would have been dropped with an apology. Now it isn't that simple anymore." Ancestor Maplegrove's expression was very ugly now. Since Yi Yuan was an ancestor CLA's powerhouse, then it was naturally impossible for this matter to be brushed off so easily. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan brazenly and shamelessly insisted on challenging him, he still had to answer the challenge. At that time, the entire Cloud Summer Mountain would really become a laughingstock. If Zhu Tianxiang apologized, Yi Yuan would have nothing to say. At that time, he naturally would not announce anything to the outside world. With a few sentences, Ancestor Maplegrove could already tell that even though Yi Yuan's edge was extremely sharp, he was not some young and inexperienced hothead. On the contrary, he was even wiser than these disciples of his. Of course, with him reaching this level of realm at a young age, how could he be a fool? Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in SPAC. One figure after another stepped out of the void. Seeing these arrivals, Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed even more. Chapter 2303 Cloudheart Realms Crisis. Chapter 2303 Cloudheart Realms Crisis. A piece of news that caused a great sensation instantly spread throughout the entire Cloudheart realm. The 5 great ancestors punished their disciples severely and had their eldest disciples hold the line. They kowtowed and apologized to Second Sage's 2 followers. The 5 great holy lands admitted to the outside world that Zhao Zishuan 5 people deliberately set things up to make Second Sage's 2 followers fall into a trap. This kind of action that showed no respect for their elders should be severely punished. This sentence revealed a subtext. The 5 great holy lands changed their stance and admitted that Yi Yuan's second sage position was equivalent to the ancestors. The entire alchemy world exploded. Some said that Yi Yuan brought the 5 great holy lands to their knees by himself, forcing the great ancestors to have no choice but to lower their heads. Others said that Yi Yuan defeated Yun Winborn, his strength reaching the peak. The ancestor finally chose to compromise in order to not offend sacred ancestor high priest. It was just that both parties did not come out to clarify. Body knew what happened inside the Great Hall. Of course, the final result was that Yi Yuan won. Zhao Zishuan 5 people refused to apologize, but the final outcome was kneeling and apologizing. This unexpected turn of events scored full marks. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright 2 people saw Zhao Zishuan kowtow, they were completely stunned. Zhao Zishuan's strength was inferior to his, but in terms of status, Zhao Zishuan flung him more than 10 streets behind. As for Old Drunkard, that went even more without saying. When Heavenly Emperor Jin 3 people heard this news, they were completely stunned too. Before this, they all thought that Yi Yuan was looking for abuse and could not climb to the top of the mountain at all. But who knew that the situation actually took a sudden turn for the worse? The 5 great holy lands yielded collectively. This is impossible. Could it be that that boy really already reached the realm of Tao Pill? Jin's expression changed wildly as he said. Yi Yuan's strength was a tremendous blow to Yun Winborn. How was it not the same to him? people who refined pills, who did not wish to advance to the realm of Tao pill. As the medicine ancestor's youngest disciple, Zijin's strength also reached Deva realm already, and his alchemy Tao reached the late-stage ancestor realm already. Even though it was still separated by a layer of grand completion, his goal was already locked onto Tao pill. Under the medicine ancestor's command, only eldest disciple Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy and second disciple Heavenly Emperor Distant Book reached the realm of Tao pill. The others were all unable to pierce this layer of windowpane paper. One lineage, 3 Tao pill realms. Therefore, Cloudheart realm was the well-deserving number 1 alchemy holy land of the Heavenspan world. Youngest martial uncle is thinking too much. That punk defeated Yun Windborn after all. His talent is Astoni's. Hi+ing. The 5 great ancestors must be wary of the sacred ancestor, high priest behind him. That's why they would take a step back, Ling Tianqi said. Yeah, Lord Zijin also didn't think about it. How difficult is it to pierce this layer of windowpane paper? How heaven-defying are the few lords' talents, but they still failed to break through after so long. Just the likes of him, a brat who's a few thousand years old, how can he possibly break through? Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather said. However, Heavenly Emperor Zijin did not think so. He mused for a moment and said, I feel that it's more likely that he broke through to the realm of Tao pill. When the 2 people heard that, their expressions changed. Zijin continued, the importance that master attaches to him exceeds your imaginations. If he didn't reach the realm of Tao pill, master absolutely won't attach such importance to him. Furthermore, the 5 great ancestors are all figures who are incredibly shrewd. If Yi Yuan doesn't have sufficient strength, how could they bow their heads? No matter how honorable and dignified the person is, making their disciples kneel down and apologize, this is a huge scandal. The more Azure Feather 2 people listened, the more alarmed they got. In the end, it already became shock. This conclusion was too shocking. Furthermore, Zijin lies with penetrating criticism, they really could not find a reason to refute it. Actually, as long as one had sufficient status, liesing these was not hard. It was just that they were not willing to believe this fact, that was all. How is this possible? He's still only a kid. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather said in shock. Being under the medicine ancestor's command, he was all too clear what the realm of Tao pill meant. Zijin's eyes glimmered, a trace of understanding arose in his heart, and he said with a sigh, I finally know why Master raised such a big rumpus to organize the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Azure Feather and Ling Tianqi 2 people trembled at the same time, and said in disbelief, Could it be because of Yi Yuan? Zijin nodded slowly and said, Master has always been devoted to Tao and has long already not questioned secular affairs. He has also not hosted such a grand alchemy conference for a long time already. But this time, he organized the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference unprecedentedly. Don't you all find it strange? The more Zijin said, the more shocked the 2 people got. Ling Tianqi muttered, the priest temple is Cloudheart Realm's great enemy to begin with. The sacred ancestor high priest is also only a hair's breadth away from the progenitor. Yi Yuan is also a Tao pill realm powerhouse. Then, thinking about it, Ling Tianqi felt terrified. Cloudheart Realm had 3 Tao pill realms in one lineage, and it was reputed to be the strongest in the world. But Yi Yuan also reached such a boundary. Then the priest temple would have 2 Tao pill realm powerhouses. Then the priest temple's influence would also expand significantly. It would even threaten the position of Cloudheart Realm. Zijin suddenly smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that it's more than that. Ling Tianqi said in surprise, What else is there? This kind of situation was already extremely bad. Could it be that there was still something even worse? Zijin's vision was far more so than the 2. His thoughts and opinions were clearly more comprehensive than the 2. Yi Yuan's limelight is so bright. Is it just those 5 ancestors that he's posing a threat to? What about Sacred Ancestor High Priest? What about Master? Yi Yuan comprehended Tao Pill while being so young. Who dares to say that he can't refine a true Tao Pill in the future? As Zijin said, his breathing suddenly became ragged. True Tao Pill. These 3 words seemed to be overwhelmingly heavy. Regardless of whether it was the Medicine Ancestor or Sacred Ancestor High Priest, or the various ancestors, their goal was the true Tao Pill. What the true Tao Pill was, body knew either. But that was their lifelong pursuit. Then Sacred Ancestor High Priest clearly knows this. So why does he still let him grow unchecked? Zijin continued. The 2 people were long already shocked until they were staring dumbfoundedly, and their mouths agape. They replied mechanically, why? Zijin said, because he wants to borrow Yi Yuan's hands to make himself grow. For so many years, he has always wanted to Serpa as master. Talking up to here, their minds all shook violently, including Zijin. This consequence was too terrifying. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest Serpa said Medicine Ancestor in all aspects, if Yi Yuan gathered more and more momentum, the entire alchemy world's arrangement would be completely overturned. Cloudheart Realm would no longer be the number 1 alchemy holy land. It would be the sacrificial temple. Since time immemorial, how many alchemy path powerhouses have attempted to overturn Cloudheart Realm's position as the overlord, but they did not accomplish it. Even Sacred Ancestor High Priest with his level of Astonies H.I.+ing talent was also suppressed by Master until he could not lift his head. But now, a brat who was only over 2,000 years old came roaring into existence and completely disrupted the alchemy world's arrangement. Once Zijin's conjectures came true, this consequence would be too terrifying for Cloudheart Realm. And this also explained why Myriad Region Alchemy Conference organized the Grand Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, going against convention. His goal was simply Yi Yuan. Chapter 2304. Second Sage's Friend. Chapter 2304. Second Sage's Friend, Master. Hee Master, we're here. TSK, really didn't expect that I can actually come to the number 1 alchemy holy land in this lifetime. When Yun-Yi saw Yi Yuan, he bowed respectfully. While Ning-Siyu was much more cheerful, looking around everywhere, clicking her tongue in wonder. To her, Cloudheart Realm was a legendary place, could view from a distance but could not play with disrespectfully. But today, she actually walked into Cloudheart Realm herself and was going to battle in alchemy with the myriad regions heaven chosen. This sort of feeling was like she was dreaming. Such a grand occasion was a tempering opportunity that was extremely hard to come by for any alchemist. Yi Yuan naturally would not forget his disciples. Yun-Yi's talent was extremely high. Under Yi Yuan's teaching, he already stepped into Ancestor Realm not long ago. Ning-Siyu's strength was second only to Yun-Yi. Her foundation was even more solid than Yun-Yi's. She had already reached grand completion Tao Realm 2. When Yi Yuan saw the 2 people, he smiled and said, "The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, this time, has as many experts as clouds. The 2 of you mustn't be self-conceited, and must study hard." The 2 people hurriedly answered, "Yes, Master." Arriving at Cloudheart Realm this time, only now did Yi Yuan know that the alchemy world truly had talents lying in concealment. Ignoring other things, the talents of Zhao Zishuan few people were absolutely rarely seen in the world. Their strength made many alchemy powerhouses who were a generation older perspire from Embark. Not just them, in the various major holy lands, there was no lack of Ancestor Realm youngsters too. As for the older generation Ancestor Realm powerhouses, that went even more without saying. Even though they were not worth mentioning when compared to Yi Yuan, to Yun-Yi it was definitely an unprecedented experience. Right then, another group of people entered Cloudheart Realm. Yi Yuan looked over, only to see several heavenly emperors slowly walk over. Behind them even followed several familiar people. Empyrean Pilljade and Empyrean Flutterfeather, as well as those reclusive alchemy ancient families. They all came from the southern border, so it was about time that they arrived. When Empyrean Pilljade saw Yi Yuan and Yun Yi, he could not help being taken aback, then his face immediately turned black. Humph! Unfilial child. Yun Yi had an awkward look, and could only keep silent. Yi Yuan also pretended not to hear and went forward to greet Empyrean Flutterfeather, saying with a smile, "Brother Flutterfeather, how have you been?" As for the Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure by the side, Yi Yuan directly ignored him. He had never seen Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure before, but coming together with Flutterfeather, it could only be Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure. Empyrean Flutterfeather was slightly awkward as he said, "Younger brother Yi, turns out that you've arrived long ago." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "It's been a few days. Since brother Flutterfeather came, why not go to my feather mountain to stay? It will also be convenient for you and me to interact." Empyrean Flutterfeather did not speak yet when the Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure beside said unhappily, "No need, we have a place to go. Flutterfeather, let's go." "Master," at this time, Yun Yi suddenly spoke up. His face was slightly embarrassed. Said, Yi Yuan knew what was going on with one look. This kid was still rather filial, and wanted to find a better place for Empyrean Pilljade. It was just that Yi Yuan had not spoken yet when he heard Pilljade say with a cold snort, "No need. This Empyrean hasn't fallen so far to the extent where that I need an unfilial child to give alms." Done talking, he also galloped away at full speed. Along the way, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said with a cold snort, "This brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Really think that he can look down on the likes of us after he became whatever second sage?" Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun smiled coldly and said, "So what if second sage? In front of the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, that level of powerhouse, he's merely a junior. He really treats himself as someone notable? He doesn't know the terror of such powerhouses at all. Would they really pay attention to him, this sort of junior?" Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun was the person that Empyrean Pilljade paid allegiance to. He was an 8-star alchemy god himself. These two people racked their brains before getting a qualification to enter Cloudheart realm. After all, Empyrean Flutterfeather and Empyrean Pilljade were both Ancestor Realm powerhouses and barely had the qualifications to enter the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Except, seeing Yi Yuan the moment they entered, it made them feel as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. This brat made them lose out on a huge profit. Look at that brat's COCKY appearance. It's like we can't survive in this Cloudheart city after we leave him," Pilljade said with a sneer. Entering the city, the Heavenly Emperors naturally did not dare to be unbridled. They played the tyrant in the southern border, but arriving here, they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. "Little brother, we came from the southern border. I wonder if there are any accommodations arranged?" Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun said respectfully to an Empyrean. That Empyrean had a proud look on his face, completely looking down on these few Heavenly Emperors. The Heavenly Emperors that were hard to come across outside, he saw too many every day. The medicine ancestors' lineage had this arrogance. The Empyrean brought everyone to a residence. When the few Heavenly Emperors saw, their faces immediately became extremely ugly. This residence had fishes and dragons jumbled together, and already had too many people staying. What was even more terrible was that Heavenly Emperors stayed 2 in a room, Empyreans, 6 in a room. Regardless of whether it was Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun or Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, or even Empyrean Pilljade, they all, which one wasn't a mighty figure who commanded a region? When had they lived so shabbily before? Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun's expression was rather ugly as he said to that Empyrean, "This little brother, can you change rooms for us? The price can be discussed." That Empyrean smiled disdainfully and said, Those who can enter Cloud Pill Summit, how many do you think lack money? During the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, there are plenty of guys like you that are HI+ing in muddied waters and are long already overcrowded. Want to stay, then stay. Not staying, then get lost. The few people's faces immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. Arriving at this Cloudheart realm, even a measly little Empyrean dared to order them about, not giving the slightest bit of face. Really aggravating people to death. Except, they had the anger but nowhere to vent. If they annihilated this Empyrean with a slap, they would be annihilated by somebody with a slap later on. Helpless, they could only stay temporarily. Their residence was very crammed, it was clearly part 1. Tionied out temporarily. Only after arriving here did Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun, they all know their insignificance. The other Heavenly Emperors were also all squeezed in a small SPAC, the atmosphere foul everywhere, unable to cultivate at all. Right at this moment, a figure slowly walked in, his face radiating awe without being angry. The powerful aura suddenly made everyone become tense. That Empyrean's expression changed, and he said respectfully, "Lord Azure Feather." Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun's faces both changed wildly. Azure Feather's Trius reputation, it had struck their ears like a thunderclap. The two people hurriedly bowed and said, offering greetings to Lord Azure Feather. Azure Feather nodded slightly. Sweeping over everyone's faces, he said coolly, "Who is Flutter Feather? Who is Pilljade?" The two people's hearts turned cold, not knowing what happened, but they still answered. "This lowly one is Flutter Feather. This lowly one is Pilljade." Azure Feather said coolly, "The few of you follow me." The few people did not dare to disobey, and could only follow after. Azure Feather brought them to a courtyard and said coolly, "You guys stay here then, someone will make arrangements for your daily life." The few people exchanged glances, their faces surprised. They did not know why they would suddenly get such superior treatment. One had to know, the people coming and going from this place, most of their auras were extremely strong, far above theirs. No need to ask, and they also knew that this place must be a place that only distinguished guests could stay. "Lord Azure Feather, may I be so bold as to ask, why suddenly let us stay in such a nice place?" Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said. Azure Feather said coolly, "Since you all are Second Sage's friends, then you naturally can't live too shabbily." Chapter 2305. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Chapter 2305. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. After Azure Feather left, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was still in shock. Lord Azure Feather is a Heavenly Emperor of Cloudheart Realm who walks the world. His status is extremely respected, being no less than many Holy Land's ancestors. Yi Yuan's one sentence can actually make him come in person? Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said in surprise. Maybe this is looking on the account of Sacred Ancestor High Priest's face, right? The Priest Temple is an alchemy Holy Land second only to Cloudheart Realm after all. Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun said. At this time, a Heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouse said by and just happened to hear this. He could not help laughing and said, "Sacred Ancestor High Priest's face? Hoo, you guys are Second Sage's poor relatives, right? Whose family did not have a few poor relatives?" Zhuiyun the rest instinctively wanted to get angry, but the strength of this person in front of them was clearly much stronger than them. They could not afford to offend him. They then heard his explanation. He said, "You guys just came, it's also normal to not know. Heh, Second Sage's name was fought out by himself with real swords and spears. It was not by relying on Sacred Ancestor High Priest's blessings. It's true that Lord Azure Feather's status is revered, but in front of Second Sage, it's nothing at all." Hiss, the few people drew a breath of cold air, feeling shocked. Azure Feather's status was already an existence far beyond their reach. Yi Yuan's status was actually even higher than his. Just how long had they not met? Yi Yuan was already so formidable? Actually, it was just that their knowledge and experience were shallow. That was all. If Piljade knew the existence of Tao pills, he would be able to recognize that the Chaos Samsara pill which Yi Yuan refined back then was already sufficient to attain mastery. That Heavenly Emperor powerhouse briefly talked about the commotion that Yi Yuan caused recently, making the few people stare dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Even the Lord Azure Feather, who was too high to be reached in their eyes, was actually punished by Yi Yuan to kneel just recently. That would have been alright, but he still had to come and do things for Yi Yuan obediently now. One person challenged 5 great holy lands, pressuring until the 5 great holy lands lowered their head. What breadth of spirit was this? They did not even dare to think about it at all. They just entered Cloudheart Realm and did not understand the situation here at all. But only at this time did they know what kind of place Feather Mountain was. Heh, although I don't know what happened on Cloud Summer Mountain, right now, many people are all guessing that Yi Yuan's strength already reached the level of an ancestor, and can sit with those top ancestors as equals already. Do you think that he's relying on Sacred Ancestor High Priest? If this emperor was you guys, I'd immediately go before Sacred Ancestor High Priest to grovel and curry favor. If one can obtain 1 or 2 of his rewards, that will really be having a meteoric rise in the future. After that Heavenly Emperor finished talking, he turned around and left, leaving behind everyone who was staring dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Along with the Sing of Time, alchemy powerhouses gathered from all directions. Cloud Pill became more and more lively. In the city, in the streets and alleys, there were alchemy powerhouses battling in alchemy everywhere. Among them, it was naturally Cloudheart City's powerhouses who were a notch better. Medicine Ancestor had the Heavenspan world at his beck and call for countless years and had long already developed Cloudheart Realm into an extremely powerful alchemy holy land, experts plentiful as clouds. Even many major alchemy holy lands in the outside world had all kinds of connections with Cloudheart Realm too. Tao Realm powerhouses that were hard to come by in the outside world were as plentiful as oxen hair here. Even Ancestor Realm powerhouses had no shortage of people too. In contrast, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's foundation was too shallow. Yi Yuan brought Yun Yi 2 people to battle in alchemy everywhere every day, exchanging on alchemy Tao. The 2 people benefited a lot. Places that Yi Yuan went, everyone naturally welcomed them heartily. After all, regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, it was irrefutable that he defeated Yun Winborn. Just this point, his strength was already not what ordinary alchemy powerhouses could compare to. This level of powerhouse would not come to the city to interact at all. But Yi Yuan could lower his status and mingle with them. He even gave pointers concerning their doubts on alchemy Tao from time to time. He was naturally immensely welcomed by all parties. Furthermore, the alchemy strength that Yi Yuan exhibited also made everyone wholeheartedly convinced. Prior to this, Yi Yuan was extremely overbearing in the way he dealt with affairs, leaving everyone with an extremely cold image. During these few days, everyone felt that not only was Yi Yuan not overbearing, but he was also very amiable and approachable instead. For some time, the 3 of them master and apprentices were very warmly received in the city. Toward this sort of situation, Yi Yuan was still very relieved. Regardless of what the Medicine Ancestors' ultimate goal was, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time had indeed promoted the great development of alchemy Tao. For this scale of alchemy conference, only the Medicine Ancestor had such rallying power. Several months later, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference finally started. On this day, the streets and alleys were empty. Everyone had gathered in the plaza in the center of Cloudheart City. The alchemy powerhouses who obtained the qualifications to partake 1p8 were no less than 100,000 people. Among these people, the vast majority came due to the prestige. Everyone understood in their hearts that the final winner of this conference could only be the various major Holy Lands. However, the Partic 1p ants of the various major Holy Lands were mostly third-generation disciples. Second-generation disciples' strengths were too strong. Those like Yun Winborn were already powerhouses at the level of Mt Tai. It would naturally not be suitable to take part in this kind of conference. Yi Yuan was sitting at the 1,000-foot high platform, looking down loftily. A middle-aged man dressed in sky-blue long robes slowly walked out and arrived above the high platform. The moment he appeared, there was immediately a commotion in the crowd. Even those ancestors also opened their eyes one after another, looking at the arrival full of dread. The middle-aged man in blue robes opened his mouth and said coolly, "Thank you all for honoring with your visit, arriving at Cloudheart Realm to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. This Emperor is Distant Book, the second disciple under Master's command." Rumble. The crowd exploded all at once. Heavenspan World Distant Book, the Alchemy World's peerlessly rare talent, and also the Heavenspan World's legendary figure. Heard that he only used 30,000 years and cultivated to Ancestor Realm. Later, he was taken in as a disciple by Medicine Ancestor, cultivating to Grand Completion Ancestor Realm in 100,000 years. 10 million years later, he finally broke through the fetters, reaching the realm of Dao Pill. Later, he challenged more than 10 ancestors and didn't have a single defeat. Last time, he challenged Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and he was defeated. Among all the ancestor-level powerhouses now, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book is the youngest. Yi Yuan did not hear of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book before, but looking from the reactions of others, this person was clearly extremely formidable. He was not in the pugilistic world, but the pugilistic world had his legends. Yi Yuan was currently sizing Heavenly Emperor Distant Book up, but then he discovered that Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's gaze was currently looking at him. An Astoni's HI+ing fighting spirit poured into Yi Yuan's body, practically shredding his entire person apart. Yi Yuan was startled in his heart, the power of the chaos world quietly revolving, forcing this fighting intent out of his body. He stared right at Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, the fighting intent in his body similarly rising to the sky. Everyone stared at this scene wide-eyed and tongue-tied, not understanding what happened. Regarding Yi Yuan's reaction, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was clearly quite surprised. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually block his fighting spirit. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he continued faintly, "There is not much to say. The rewards of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, this time, are extremely generous. It's a handwritten book personally written by Master. The champion of the Dao Realm Group and Ancestor Realm Group will each get a copy of it." The moment these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar once more. Chapter 2306. Diametrically Opposed. Chapter 2306. Diametrically Opposed, personally written by the Medicine Ancestor. It's actually personally written by the Medicine Ancestor. Even if learn a tiny bit of Medicine Ancestor's alchemy Dao, it's also sufficient for us to benefit for our entire lives. During this conference this time, Myriad Region Alchemy Conference really put in the blood capital. This first place, I must get it. For a moment, those alchemy powerhouses were extremely agitated. The Medicine Ancestor's personally written notes directly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The handwritten notes of Alchemy Dao's #1 person was a fatal temptation to all alchemy powerhouses. Even Yi Yuan was also very moved when he heard handwritten by Medicine Ancestor these 4 words. To talk about the alchemy path's legend, no one could surpass the Medicine Ancestor in this world. His alchemy Dao experience was absolutely a treasure that all those who refined pills yearned for even in their sleep. Whatever Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasure, whatever rank 8 divine pill, they were all not worth mentioning in front of the Medicine Ancestor's handwritten notes. In the crowd, Yun Yi's gaze revealed a look of fanaticism. Hee, junior apprentice brother, you're moved, Ning Xiu said with a laugh. Yun Yi did not mind and said smilingly, why? Aren't you moved? Ning Xiu pursed her lips and said with an indifferent look, getting it is good, not getting it is fine as well, I don't feel anything regarding it. Either way, this medicine ancestor's handwritten notes are also not much better than the things Master taught us. Yun Yi nodded and said, I don't deny this point, but everyone has their shortcomings and merit. Learning from others' strong points and closing the gap is the right way. I think that Master is also moved now, right? Ning Xiu said with a look of contempt, you this fellow, really becoming more and more like Master. Yun Yi smiled and did not refute it. Yi Yuan taught him far too many things. His respect for Yi Yuan was long already engraved in his bones. However, he similarly also viewed Yi Yuan as his lifelong goal and opponent. This was also what Yi Yuan taught him. By the side, a middle-aged man said with a disdainful look, truly shameless boasting. 2 juniors talking like the handwritten notes are already yours. This middle-aged man's aura was extremely strong. He was shockingly a heavenly emperor powerhouse, an 8-star alchemy god. Another person said, Hoo, Master Ping Chuan, don't get angry. Youngsters making their world debut, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, is understandable. A young man in crimson robed said with a face full of arrogance, Brat, stop hallucinating that you're the favorite. Medicine ancestors' handwritten notes are our Cloudheart realms, no one can bring it away. Their expressions changed, one after another looking toward that youngster in crimson robe. Hearing his meaning, he was actually Cloudheart Realm's powerhouse. It's Zhou Rui. He's Cloudheart Realm's young generation's strongest person. I didn't think that even he would come to take part too. A cry of exclamation suddenly came from around. When the others heard this, their expressions changed one after another. The powerhouses taking part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time were too many. The various major Holy Lands' elite disciples moved out in succession. And among these Holy Lands, the strongest was undoubtedly Cloudheart Realm. With this, everyone finally realized that this reward was not easy to get. Yun Yi gave Zhou Rui a glance and did not say anything. The current Yun Yi had long already restrained his sharp edge, and would not fly into a great after with a casual provocation like back then. This was because he had powerful strength as support. The so-called not shaking when you have a jar full of vinegar, and shaking violently if you have a half jar of vinegar. It was this logic. Of course, he was more influenced by Yi Yuan. Just as Ning Xiu said, he was becoming more and more like Yi Yuan. As for his performance, it was naturally being thought of as submission by Zhou Rui. Very soon, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference officially began. Everyone appeared in front of a transmission door. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book said coolly, "What's in front of you all is the Emperor Vast Pag. Oh, Da's transmission door. After you all enter the transmission door, you'll be randomly signed to a pocket SP. AC in twos. After the alchemy battle ends, the Emperor Vast Pag. Will automatically determine your victory or loss. Alright, now, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference official begins. The Emperor Vast Pag. Was a very famous heavenly emperor spirit treasure of Cloudheart Realm, its power being limitless. It was also an essential treasure to host alchemy conferences. In the past, when Cloudheart Realm organized such grand occasion, they would use it. It was just that an alchemy conference of this scale had not been held for a long time already. Under a word of command, everyone disappeared from the plaza one after another, entering the Emperor Vast Pag. Das SP, AC. The originally packed plaza became empty all at once. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book pointed at the void. A huge light screen appeared above the void. The situation in the Emperor Vast Pag. Was completely revealed in front of everyone. Done with all these, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book took his seat, looked at Yi Yuan and said, "I've long heard of Second Sage's great name. Seeing you today, indeed lives up to your reputation." His powerful fighting spirit earlier, even a ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor might not necessarily be able to withstand it, but Yi Yuan resolved it in an instant, making it clear at a glance. Even though the outside world's appraisal of Yi Yuan was extremely high, who was he, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book? He was the Medicine Ancestor's direct lineage disciple, one of the Heavenspan world's few supreme powerhouses. He thought that by relying on his powerful fighting spirit, he could instantly shatter Yi Yuan's will. But sadly he failed. However, he was not disappointed but became even more interested in Yi Yuan instead. Yi Yuan gave an "oh" nonchalantly and did not express anything. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. This "oh" was packed with the smell of gunpowder. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said, "I heard that Second Sage's disciples also came to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Second Sage is unusually talented and can reach the realm of Tao Pill within a short 2,000–3,000 years. Wonder if your disciples can survive the first round or not." Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. Second Sage was a genius, and body could refute this. But the time that Second Sage attained his Tao was too short. So how formidable could his disciples be? Even if he taught his disciples day and night, it was also impossible to teach his disciples until they were very formidable. Everyone looked in Yi Yuan's direction, wanting to see how he would react. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's mindset is really shallow. Don't you understand what's called outstanding disciples come from an accomplished master?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said, "Oh? How outstanding?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "More outstanding than you." Everyone shushed, this smell of gunpowder was too thick. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book did not care and said smilingly, "This Emperor's grand pupil, Zhou Rui, is the #1 person in the young generation. How does Second Sage think your disciple is compared to him?" As they said, a small chunk on the light screen turned black, 2 figures appeared on the plaza once more. It was none other than precisely Zhou Rui. It turned out that he actually already won. In this short while where they were just talking, a medicinal pill was not even refined completely yet and he actually won already. On the viewing platform, a wave of exclamations came over. Clearly, even the group of ancestors were extremely surprised. His opponent had his head lowered, appearing very dispirited. When Heavenly Emperor Distant Book saw this scene, he looked towards Yi Yuan meaningfully but discovered that Yi Yuan was completely aloof and indifferent. "How is it, Second Sage?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Nothing much. This grand pupil of yours doesn't have the minimal devoutness toward alchemy Tao, nothing to fear." Zhou Rui crushed his opponent in terms of strength, making his opponent directly give up on the compet. 1 Tian. The medicinal pill was not yet refined completely at all. This kind of action that was a wanton waste of G.O.'s good gifts was looked down on by Yi Yuan. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said, "I command spirit medicines with my Tao. Why is there a need to be devout?" Yi Yuan said, "Myriad lives have spirit. Only if you respect it will it respect you." Chapter 2307, Tao Showdown. Chapter 2307, Tao Showdown. The strong get stronger, the weak get weaker. My Tao is that the weaklings are used by the strong. So what if strong? So what if weak? Didn't you also walk over step by step from being a weakling? You're better than spirit medicines in that you reincarnated better than them. What a joke! This emperor is extraordinarily talented. Back then, I slaughtered my way out with my strength alone too, becoming the Heavenspan world's legend. How can I be the same as ants? So what? No matter how strong you are, you can't escape this Heavenspan world's cage either. Moreover, in terms of talent, What do you count for in front of this ye? The two people chimed in one after another, neither able to convince the other. Being able to tread out one's own great Tao, how firm were their minds? How could they be swayed because of a word from others? Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! Second Sage, you and I are both heaven's chosen of the present era. Why is there a need to indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue? It's still early. So why don't you and I have a match?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "This ye had precisely this intention." All of a sudden, everyone's breathing became ragged. Just as Heavenly Emperor Distant Book said, the two of them were both heaven's chosen in the present era, their strength cruise. Hi plusing their peers. Especially Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. He was in existence who had even exchanged blows with sacred ancestor High Priest before. While Yi Yuan was also a rising star, akin to the noonday sun. Just how his strength was, everyone was extremely curious. These two people's pinnacle showdown was the real highlight of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. The two got up, stepped onto the air, and directly arrived above the void. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove had his eyes shut the whole time. At this time, he finally opened both eyes, staring straight at the two people above the void. "Old man, you look at these two people. Who's stronger and who's weaker?" Heavenly Emperor Xian said. "This old man can't say for sure." Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said coolly. "Heh, you sly old fox, still not willing to open your mouth at this point?" In this old man's view, Second Sage's spirit is at its height, but he's still young after all. The journey of Tao Pill relies entirely on the ACCU, mulation of years. With yours and my ACCU mulations, if we were to really take action, we might not be inferior to Second Sage, Heavenly Emperor Xian said. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's gaze glimmered slightly and he said, "This old man isn't sure." The moment these words came out, all of the ancestors turned pale from shock. Heavenly Emperor Xian's expression was ugly as he said, "Old man, you're not joking, right? This joke isn't funny at all." Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said without batting an eyelid, "Does this old man have a need to joke with you?" Everyone's shock was by no means trivial. Among these ancestors present, the ones who had truly seen Yi Yuan take action was only Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove. But at that time, Yi Yuan clearly did not use his full strength. There was no way to judge how Yi Yuan's strength was at all. Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove judged that Yi Yuan's strength was difficult to ascertain through some clues and inklings. He was somewhat unsure, that was why he did not dare to act without careful consideration. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said, "If this old had the confidence, I'd have taken action back then. Why would there be a need to endure patiently until today?" Everyone turned pale with fright. Thinking about it, it was indeed like so. If Yi Yuan was really just a young and inexperienced fledgling who comprehended a tiny trace of Tao Pill concept, he did not have a need to forbear like so. After all, disciples kneeling down to apologize, this was not glorious. His face, the ancestor's face, was also lost. All of the ancestors looked up above the void, two people stood in the air, all set for a showdown. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "How will the two of us approach this?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're the junior, you choose." Heavenly Emperor Tao Ancestor laughed and said, "In this world, apart from Master and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, no one else dares to call me, this Emperor, a junior to my face. Second Sage, you're very arrogant." Yi Yuan said coolly, "What objections do you have?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book choked. He really could not find a reason to refute it. Second Sage and the Sacred Ancestor were peers, which was also being in the same generation as Medicine Ancestor. He was Medicine Ancestor's disciple, so he was naturally lower. "Forget it, not going to argue with you. Since our differences lie with spirit medicines, then let's fight with spirit medicines." Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book pointed at the void. A majestic power of wood essence fired into the ground. In a blink, a young spirit medicine broke through the ground. This kind of means made everyone felt it was fantastical as they watched. This was the source of great Tao being able to develop myriad life. This spirit medicine's grade was not high, being just a strain of rank 3 spirit medicine. To powerhouses at the level of Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, this kind of spirit medicine was virtually too offensive to the eyes. It was only to see Heavenly Emperor Distant Book reach his hand out and beckon. The spirit medicine flew into his hand. Following that, he drew a circle with one hand. The spirit medicine instantly became crushed, turning into fine powder. The power of great Tao suddenly burst forth. Behind Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, a phantom of the sun suddenly rose, unparalleledly domineering. This was Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's great Tao. Reaching this level, their alchemy battles were not like how it used to be, being based on spirit medicines. The so-called Tao pill pointed right at the source of Tao. The brilliance of application depended on one's wit and was no longer bound to pill formulas. A grain of sand, a rock, a blade of GRAS, a piece of wood could be refined into pills. Just like Sacred Ancestor High Priest, when he fought with Medicine Ancestor back then, they determined the victor and who was superior with just a game. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book shook lightly. That pile of powder flew toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan pointed at the air. That ball of powder suddenly became still. At the same time, the power of great Tao similarly erupted from his body. An enormous Tai Chi diagram formed behind Yi Yuan. Furthermore, it started to spin slowly. This was Yi Yuan's first time displaying his true strength in front of everyone. Everyone instantly became lost in wonder. Especially Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian. He originally still felt that Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove was overly cautious, but now, he stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, nothing to say. This power of great Tao could already completely be on par with him, and did not lose to him in the slightest. Back then, if he really took action because of Zhao Zishuan's matter, the outcome might have been very embarrassing. Losing to a rising star like Yi Yuan who was only 2,000 to 3,000 years old, his old face would really have nowhere to put. Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian secretly thought what a close shave. However, even though Yi Yuan's power of great Tao was strong, it was still too weak in front of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. One had to know, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was an existence that had once defeated the various great ancestors before. In this heavenspan world, there was only the Medicine Ancestor, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, as well as his eldest senior brother, who could firmly suppress him. The others so far behind that they could only see the dust ahead. Above the void, a huge circular aura field formed with the two people as the center. Focusing one's eyes and looking, this enormous aura field was the embryonic form of a world. It was just that this world was not complete and not balanced either. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book clearly suppressed Yi Yuan significantly, occupying a huge advantage. This kind of situation was like the situation of Medicine Ancestor overwhelming Sacred Ancestor High Priest back then. The time that Yi Yuan entered the realm of Tao Pill was short after all. Compared to Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, he was still too weak. But Yi Yuan's face was rippleless like an ancient well, and did not have any panicky expression at all. The Tai Chi diagram behind him was still revolving strongly, without giving in the slightest bit. The two people, coming and going, that stalk of rank 3 spirit medicine gradually became egg-shaped, one end big, the other end small. The larger end was precisely Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's end, while the smaller end was Yi Yuan's. Without a doubt, this battle was already Heavenly Emperor Distant Book occupying the absolute advantage. Chapter 2308 Reversal. Chapter 2308 Reversal. Ha ha ha, is this your strength, Second Sage? Truly disappoints me too much. See, everything depends on strength. Your Tao is inferior to my Tao. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book laughed wildly. In this contest, he already established the winner. This was a showdown of Tao. His Tao already completely crushed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan absolutely had no possibilities of turning the tables. On the viewing platform, the ancestors had sympathetic looks on their faces. This kid's myth is finally coming to an end. Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief and said, Yi Yuan's road to the peak was seriously too miraculous. Not that they could not accept geniuses, but Yi Yuan's genius was a little too frightening. Less than 3,000 years old achieving Tao Pill realm, this simply subverted everyone's understanding. Even those sons of heavenly emperors, existences who had powerful strength the moment they were born, were also not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. Before this, they all felt that Yi Yuan was merely a junior, not worth mentioning at all. But Yi Yuan challenged Cloud Summer Mountain, going all the way to the top from the foot of the mountain. Even the powerful Yun Windborn was defeated at his hands, making everyone's jaws hit the ground. In the end, he even forced Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove to back down. Only then did everyone know that turns out he was already an ancestor-level powerhouse. Now that Yi Yuan was about to lose, everyone let out a long sigh in relief. His myth was finally coming to an end. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove smiled and said, if Yi Yuan defeated even Heavenly Emperor Tao Ancestor, Medicine Ancestor probably can't sit still anymore as well. However, this kid can perform to this extent. It's already shocking enough. Fortunately, this old man knew that you, this old fellow, are cautious and didn't take action back then. Otherwise, it will really be Embark. As Sing, Ancestor Xian said Sup. A good show is about to come to an end. I wonder if this boy can withstand this kind of blow or not, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said. This is hard to say. After all, a genius like him has probably never experienced failure before, rising rapidly all the way up to a high position. As the saying went, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. I'm afraid that it's very hard for him to withstand this blow, Heavenly Emperor Xian said. The group of ancestors nodded one after another, deeply feeling that way too. While at this time, Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's alchemy battle already reached a white-hot stage 2. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book eroded Yi Yuan's territory bit by bit, squeezing him to the limit. Ha ha ha, brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Where did that spirit just now go? Didn't you talk until it was well grounded and reasoned just now? What about now? This is your so-called Tao? What a joke, it's too weak. Cruz. Plus a genius like Yi Yuan seemed to be a very delightful thing. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was smug to the extreme. But the Yi Yuan opposite seemed to be cowed by Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's imposing aura and did not say a word at all. It was as if he had already resigned himself to fate. Condense for me. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book suddenly yelled out, drawing a successful conclusion to the alchemy battle this time. An egg-shaped medicinal pill condensed in the air. And the medicinal pill of this shape also showed that Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was the victor of this alchemy battle. Ho-ho, finally still lost, Heavenly Emperor Xian said with a meaningful smile. A myth has finally been ended. It's a shame, actually. I was rather looking forward to Second Sage winning. All of a sudden, everyone felt disappointed. Regarding the record of Yi Yuan this myth, everyone's feelings were actually very complicated. On one hand, everyone hoped for Yi Yuan to continuously create legends. On the other hand, everyone was also scared that he was too formidable. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book looked at Yi Yuan and said smugly, "Why? Nothing to say, my second sage? Wasn't your tongue very sharp previously? Didn't you say that this Emperor's Tao isn't worth mentioning? Now why don't you speak?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was unrelenting after gaining momentum, pressing on Yi Yuan with every step. Cloudheart Realm's alchemy powerhouses were greatly excited, mocking Yi Yuan to the best of their ability. A guy who overestimates his own abilities, Does he really take himself to be some major power? In front of our Cloudheart realm, even sacred ancestor high priest is nothing, let alone whatever dog fart second sage. When Lord Distant Book roamed the heaven-span world unhindered, your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Ha ha ha, brat, don't be so arrogant as a person. Careful that you slap your own face. Cloudheart Realm's alchemy powerhouses all viewed themselves as self-important and already reached the level of blind confidence. No matter what you were like, in short, they were number one under the heavens. From the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference started until now, Yi Yuan had been basking in the limelight. They were long already upset. Now they finally nabbed the chance. In the crowd, Zhou Rui smiled disdainfully and said, "What dog fart second sage? Compared to Grandmaster, you're still far away. Also, you guys, following this dog fart second sage, do you really think that you're remarkable? Today, I'll let you take a look at what's called powerful." Beside him stood Yun-Yi and Ning-Xiu. Yun-Yi looked at Zhou Rui strangely and turned to Ning-Xiu and said, "What do you think?" Ning-Xiu frowned and said, "I feel that it isn't over yet." Yun-Yi nodded and said, "I think so too." Ha ha, truly ridiculous. The outcome is already decided. Could it be that he can still overturn the heavens? Zhou Rui said with a big laugh. Yun-Yi and Ning-Xiu talked among themselves and did not have the intention of caring about him at all. Zhou Rui glared hard, almost angered until he vomited blood. Ha ha ha! Above the void, Yi Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone was stunned, instinctively thinking that Yi Yuan could not bear the blow of failure and went mad. Many people shook their heads and sighed, thinking that this genius was crippled. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book could not help laughing as he said, "I even thought that second sage was some remarkable figure. I didn't expect that he was so weak that he crumbled with a single blow." Distant Book, Yao Shu, you were really given a good name, Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's brows furrowed and he said, "What do you mean?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Distant Book, Yao Shu, going to lose, Yao Shu, this name of yours is really given beautifully." Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was taken aback, only then, aware that Yi Yuan was making fun of his name. However, he really did not think in this aspect before, because he never lost before. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book frowned and said, "If you lost, then you lost. Want to regain some dignity using this kind of method? What a joke! Like this will only show your cowardice even more." Yi Yuan held back his laughter and said with a sneer, "Look at how smug you are. Do you really take it as if you've won?" But Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was indifferent and said disdainfully, "Even a blind man can also tell that this emperor won this alchemy battle, right? Why? Could it be that you can still distort facts?" Many ancestors shook their heads one after another, feeling that Yi Yuan was too much of a sore loser. The outcome was already a foregone conclusion, why made an exhibition of himself? But right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly extended a finger and said coolly, "Then this Yi will let you take a look at whose Tao is the truth." Done talking, he pointed at the void. A Tai Chi diagram whizzed into that egg with a whose. H. Plus crack, crack, crack. That egg immediately gave off popping sounds like fried beans. Then, the egg gradually became rounded. The aura of Great Tao descended once again. Chapter 2309. Tao Heart Collapse. Chapter 2309. Tao Heart Collapse. What's going on here? A world that already collapsed actually recovered anew. The few great ancestors suddenly stood up, looking at that medicinal pill with shocked faces. The medicinal pill that had originally already had its shape fixed actually burst forth with a terrifying power once again. This surge of power seemed like it rose up from ruins, radiating with youthful vitality anew. This kind of method achieved the same wondrous effect as Heavenly Emperor Distant Book birthing spirit medicines barehandedly with different means. However, it was no idea how many times more advanced. This was a broken world being bestowed vitality anew. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's entire body trembled, looking at that medicinal pill in a daze. The medicinal pill shattered from the inside, remolded, shattered again, and remolded again. A complete world gradually outlined and formed. Finally, a spherical and transparent medicinal pill was redisplayed in front of the world. Medicinal pill, not some shocking medicinal pill, but a down-to-earth Tao pill that gave off a world power that shocked people to the core. Everyone was shocked, speechless. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. How is this possible? Heavenly Emperor Distant Book clearly occupied a tremendous advantage. How can it become like this? Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove could not figure it out after racking his brains. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book trembled all over, gaze staring fixed at Yi Yuan, and he said, "Fine means. Indeed a good method. You avoided the sharp edge and didn't confront this emperor head-on, integrating your great Tao into the Tao pill under this emperor's eyes. You planted a seed in the Tao pill, but after everything settled down, it broke through the earth and emerged again. During the battle, you could perform such minute manipulation and have such a brilliant idea. This emperor admires." Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's realm was not what others could compare to. When everything erupted, he understood Yi Yuan's method very quickly. It was just that understanding was one thing. But to defeat Yi Yuan? He was already powerless to stop it. With his strength, if he discovered Yi Yuan's means during the alchemy battle, he could naturally crush it effortlessly. But there were no ifs in this world. That moment when he won, he was actually already defeated. Moreover, talking about it was easy, but doing it was difficult to the extreme. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book knew all too clearly that being able to perform such a hair-raising operation under his eyelids, one really could not find a second person in this world. The title of Second Sage was well deserved. Hearing Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's words, the group of ancestors was horrified. There was actually still such a play? Just what is this guy's brain made out of? Ancestor Yi Xian said in shock. This isn't just a matter of brain. If it were you and me, even if we can think of this method, can you hide from Distant Book's eyes and ears? Even if you hid from his eyes and ears, do you have the ability to perform such subtle manipulation? Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said with a solemn look. Ancestor Yi Xian opened his mouth but did not say anything. He did not know how to follow up. Just as Old Fart Maplegrove said, he could not do it. Only then did they understand that even if Yi Yuan's comprehension of Tao Pill Realm was almost the same as them, they were absolutely not Yi Yuan's match either. This guy was too strong. No one expected that Yi Yuan defeated the strong as the weak, defeating such a powerful Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Cloudheart Realm's powerhouses collectively shut up. Just now they were screaming the most spiritedly, but who could have thought that in a blink, their faces would be slapped resoundingly. In the crowd, Zhou Rui had a dazed look. Just earlier, he was still mocking Yun E2 people endlessly. That imposing momentum was all too arrogant. But in a twinkle, an Astonies HI+ing reversal happened to the situation. His Grandmaster was defeated. This reversal came too quickly, swift until he could not react in time. As the young generation's #1 person, he was also someone who wanted face. The words that one said were like water that was splashed. So awkward! Zhou Rui could not resist sneaking a glance at the two, but then he discovered that the two people were currently looking at him meaningfully. With a rush, his face instantly turned red. Yun E2 people did not answer back sarcastically, it was just that their smiles, the lethality overwhelmed thousands of words. What are you guys smiling at? Using this kind of opportunistic method, what ability does it count as? Zhou Rui turned angry from embarrassment as he said. Oh, Yun E2 people exchanged a glance, deliberately dragged the tone out, making it even more sarcastic. Zhou Rui was greatly embarrassed, said. If these two had a war of words with me, it was still fine. Yet, this cynical way of speaking that dripped with sarcasm made him virtually go crazy. You guys. Humph. Just you guys wait and see. Oh, Zorue was utterly defeated. He secretly swore in his heart. As long as he ran into these two fellows, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Distant Book and said with a faint smile, I know that you're unconvinced in your heart and feel that you definitely won't lose to me if you go again, isn't that so? Heavenly Emperor Distant Book gave a cold snort and did not speak. In reality, he meant exactly that. It was just that he was Embark said to open his mouth. Losing was losing. Saying whatever fight again could only lower one's own status. Yi Yuan said coolly, You're stronger than me. This point is irrefutable. This Yi also admits that going again, I absolutely won't be your match. But so what? Your Dao lost to my Dao. Isn't that so? Your Dao is unparalleledly domineering, looking down on everything and everyone. Therefore, it's not that you were careless, but that it's your Dao which destined that you won't notice it, because you won't pay attention to a stalk of measly little spirit medicine. Because it's just a tool in your hands, a tool to defeat me. Even if it's created by you. But I can bestow it new life and give it what it wants. How do you know that it wasn't it that helped me to hide from you? A solid D-Y-K. E can collapse because of an ant hole in it, something that you tend to not pay attention to could give you a fatal blow. Timing, geographical, and human conditions, you don't occupy a single one. So how can you beat me? Yi Yuan's words were loud and clear, trampling Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's pride onto the ground ruthlessly. Body could find any fault with his word. Losing means losing. Competing again did not have any meaning at all. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book being strong was just because his ACCU emulations were stronger than Yi Yuan, that was all. But Yi Yuan's Dao indeed surmounted above Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. As long as his ACCU emulations were sufficient, catching up, even Serpa's Sing Heavenly Emperor Distant Book in the future, was not something impossible. No, it was for sure. The height of Dao determined the height of achievement. Yi Yuan's Dao was stronger than Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, Serpa's Sing him in the future was a sure thing. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's expression flickered incessantly, staring at Yi Yuan fiercely, surging with killing intent. Yi Yuan was destroying his Dao heart. He understood, but he could not stop it. A flaw still showed in his Dao heart. Every person was extremely devout toward their own Dao. But once you had doubts about it, that was the start of one's Dao heart collapse. Everyone held their breath, including the ancestors. Yi Yuan's guts were really too big to actually destroy the number 3 person's Dao heart in Cloud Heart realm so openly and brazenly. But everyone also understood that Yi Yuan doing so had no cause for much criticism. Because the objective of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book making a move was obviously to strike at Yi Yuan's Dao heart. Now that Yi Yuan won, he had no need to show mercy. Be that as it may, this place was Cloud Heart realm, the Bodhidharma of the medicine ancestor. Chapter 2310, Piljade's Shock. Chapter 2310, Piljade's Shock. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Facing the Deva realm powerhouse, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book who was surging with killing intent, his expression did not change in the slightest. He was not worried about Heavenly Emperor Distant Book making a move at all. Because Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were definitely both paying attention to here currently. Sacred Ancestor High Priest must be secretly delighted right now. So how could he possibly let him prevail? If really forcing Sacred Ancestor High Priest to take action, the entire Cloud Heart realm would be destroyed. This was not something to joke around with. Just as the atmosphere was extremely tensed, a man in white robes slowly stepped out and arrived beside Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's expression changed, and he said, eldest senior brother. The arrival was precisely the medicine ancestor's eldest disciple, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was not overbearing like Distant Book, saying with a light smile, "Master wants to see you. You withdraw first. There's me here." Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's expression flickered indeterminately and was extremely embarrassed. As said, Senior Apprentice Brother was finding a way out for him here. Even when he, the exalted Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, faced off against Sacred Ancestor High Priest back then and returned in defeat, he had also never been in such an embarrassing situation before. He did not expect that today. He was humiliated like so by a junior. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's heart burned with bitter hatred, but he was also helpless and could only say, "Yes, Junior Apprentice Brother takes my leave." Done talking, he turned around and left. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy looked at Yi Yuan and said with a kindly smile, "Lasting Joy has been unclear all this while why Lord Sacred Ancestor would establish young friend Yi as second sage. Upon seeing today, only now am I deeply aware of Lord Sacred Ancestor's keen insight into a person's qualities. Second sage defeating Junior Apprentice Brother, you'll become famous in the heavenspan world from today onwards." But when Yi Yuan heard, his brows furrowed slightly. This person was very amicable, a faint smile hanging on his face from beginning to end, looking like the Maitreya Buddha, giving people a feeling of relaxing their vigilance. For some reason, Yi Yuan kept feeling that this Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was incomparably deep, and seemed even more difficult to deal with than Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. This sentence sounded like a compliment, but it actually concealed a blade in the dark. Not only did it give Cloudheart Realm a way to step down, it even conveniently took a little stab at Yi Yuan. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, this time, was clearly instigated by Cloud Pill Summit first. Earlier, it was also Heavenly Emperor Distant Book provoking continuously. Now it became him Fizz. HI plus ing for fame, achieving his fame with a battle with Heavenly Emperor Distant Book as the stepping stone. Furthermore, who Yi Yuan defeated was just Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, and was not Cloudheart Realm. This could only be considered the exchanging of views between powerhouses, and it did not represent the exchange of views between two great factions. These ancestors could not help secretly marveling at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's prowess. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Just winning against a junior, nothing worth bragging about. Is Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy interested in sparring with this Yi?" Such a deep Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy gave him an unfathomable feeling, and this feeling made him rather excited. Who knew that Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy just chuckled and waved his hand and said, "Even Junior Apprentice Brother lost to Second Sage. This Emperor's strength is lacking and doesn't dare to challenge Second Sage. Alright, official matters need to come first." The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference continues. A transmission door appeared once more in front of each person. The second round compet. 1. Tie-in officially began. After a huge storm said, everyone could not remain calm anymore. Quite a few people were whispering to each other, and the object of the discussion was naturally Second Sage Yi Yuan. The impact that this battle brought was not just a Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, but the entire alchemy world. The alchemy world, that already did not have ripples for a long time, had huge waves surge once more because of Yi Yuan suddenly roaring into existence. Even when Sacred Ancestor High Priest roared into existence back then and challenged Medicine Ancestor, it was also not stronger than the shock caused by Yi Yuan's battle. After all, when Sacred Ancestor High Priest challenged Medicine Ancestor back then, he was already a Deva Realm super powerhouse. He had lived for God knows how many tens of thousands of years. But how old was Yi Yuan? He was merely a young man who was less than 3,000 years old. In front of these ancestors, Yi Yuan was merely a teenage boy. The age could virtually be ignored. Yi Yuan's potential was too great, great until everyone did not dare imagine. After the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, the alchemy world's structure would completely change. The priest temple's position would close in on to Cloudheart realm. Later, it might very likely form a situation of existing side by side. Amidst the discussion, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference went round after round. The number of people that got eliminated became more and more. The true young generation's powerhouses also gradually found their way to distinction. Zhou Rui was like his grandmaster, peerlessly domineering. His fights with his opponents had never exceeded 2 hours. Often, after the match had gone on for a while, the opponent would directly abstain and concede defeat. Even though Yun Yi and Ning Xiu kept on winning in their respective groups, they were far from as breathtaking as Zhou Rui. They appeared much more mediocre in the conference where geniuses gathered. Rather, each and every one of the other Holy Land's geniuses was powerful Crus. Plussing their peers, appearing much more outstanding than the two of them. But what everyone found strange was that no matter how strong the genius, the two of them could always defeat their opponents after a bout of hard battle. Coincidentally, Yun Yi ran into his great-grandfather Empyrean Piljade in one of the matches. In the end, Yun Yi firmly suppressed Empyrean Piljade and defeated his own great-grandfather. Empyrean Piljade's strength was still rather formidable in Ancestor Realm. After he lost to Yun Yi, he was unbelievably shocked. He did not expect that in a short 1,000 years' time, Yun Yi actually already grew to such a level. One had to know, even though Yun Yi was very talented back then, he was merely a little brat in his eyes. But the child back then already surpassed him in all aspects in alchemy's strength. 1,000 over years, walking through the road that he walked for millions of years, the shock in his heart could be imagined. Toward Yun Yi, he had always been extremely furious in his heart. Because in his view, Yun Yi's action was a kind of betrayal. While other people's betrayal would be infuriating, his own great-grandson's betrayal made him feel even more ashamed and furious. But now, his heart finally eased up a trace. He suddenly somewhat understood Yun Yi's choice. Piljade suddenly felt that he was too short-sighted and was not even as good as his own great-grandson. Compared to such powerful strength, what did his bit of shoestring margin count as? With strength, would one still be scared that there would be no benefits? He was still flopping around in the southern border, that small pool of water, while Yun Yi was already standing in the sea of the entire heavenspan world, debating on Tao with Myriad Region's geniuses. The level was already completely different. What shocked and surprised him even more was that Yi Yuan did not conceal his abilities but gave Yun Yi his all. One could tell from this point how magnanimous Yi Yuan's heart was. How Yun Yi's talent was, Piljade was very clear. He was a genius, but placed in the entire heavenspan world, what did it count for? But it was such a Yun Yi who was already taught by Yi Yuan into a peerless expert. What Yi Yuan was formidable in was not just himself. His ability in teaching disciples was similarly hair-raisingly impressive. No one would pay attention to the transformation in his heart. In this place, he was merely a minor character. The compet. 1. Tian went on round after round. The shock and transformation in Piljade's heart also became stronger and stronger. Yun Yi's path of advancement was not breathtaking, but it was extremely solid. Overcoming all difficulties along the way, he reached the finals. And his opponent was precisely Zhou Rui. Chapter 23:11. Overpowering Cloudheart Realm. Chapter 23:11. Overpowering Cloudheart Realm. Only all the way until this moment did everyone suddenly startle awake. Second Sage's two disciples actually both reached the finals. It was not that they were not strong, but it was that the two of them, their sense of existence were truly too weak. Each alchemy battle, they won without the slightest exciting aspect. Coupled with that, the alchemy battles were carried out inside the Emperor Vast Pag. There was no directly viewing feeling. Therefore, they appeared much more mediocre, compared to the other young powerhouses. Only all the way until Yun-E and Ning-Xiu both reached the finals did everyone awaken from a dream. Turned out that this Myriad Region Alchemy Conference was actually because of the showdown between Cloudheart Realm and Second Sage in the end. Ning-Xiu's opponent was similarly a Cloudheart Realm powerhouse. This shock was by no means insignificant. Especially those Holy Land's ancestors, each and every one of them was shocked to the extreme. The master being strong could be understood. After all, Yi Yuan was a rare genius. But why were his disciples also so strong? To say that the Heavenspan World's alchemy circle was big, it was not big. Saying that it was small, it was not small either. The young generation's outstanding geniuses, these ancestors could all call their names. The performance of those geniuses also did not let these ancestors down, each and every one of them very outstanding. But only when it reached the finals did the ancestors discover that those geniuses whose names could be called suffered cruce. Hi+ing defeats one after another, gotten rid of by Yun-E and Ning-Xiu one by one. The process was too plain. No one paid attention to it. It was just like boiling a frog in warm water. When the frog discovered that the water temperature was high, it could no longer jump out. The ancestors felt a chill run down their back. Their gazes when looking toward Yi Yuan again were like looking at a monster. Each and every one of them was extremely puzzled, not understanding how Yi Yuan did it. Even if Yi Yuan had been teaching his disciples in these close to 3,000 years, it was also impossible to have such a terrifying result, right? After all, teaching apprentices was different from cultivating oneself. The vagueness of Tao could only be understood and not imparted with words. The starting point of the master being high, they could give guidance to disciples from a commanding height. But fully sing on one's Tao to their disciples could not be done at all. Then the problem came. How did Yi Yuan do it? They naturally did not understand that Yi Yuan never talked about whatever fleeting and ephemeral allegory, making his disciples go comprehend. His method of teaching apprentices was only one word: practice. Read books 100 times, the meaning could be seen for oneself. Practicing over and over again, practicing foundational skills. The basic skills that others cast aside like a pair of worn-out shoes, were regarded as a holy scripture in the Pill Tower. In the Pill Tower, as long as the alchemist could be patient and not tire of cultivation, their strength would not be poor. While Yun-E and Ning-Xiu were precisely the best among them. Of course, the Pill Tower also did not just practice blindly. The harder they practiced, the more problems they encountered during cultivation as well. Yi Yuan would naturally answer them one by one. All in all, the Pill Tower already established a powerful and comprehensive alchemist nurturing system. But the core of this system was still diligent practice. No one could succeed casually. For Yun-E and Ning-Xiu to be able to achieve fame overnight in one battle, the hard work that they put in at the back, it was extremely hard for normal people to imagine. As for their master Yi Yuan, it naturally went even more without saying. Zhou Rui was extremely shocked in his heart. His strength far surpassed, said his peers, and he did not care about who his opponent was at all. But among the opponents in the finals that he imagined, there was absolutely no Yun-E. His thoughts were the same as the world, same as his grandmaster. Yi Yuan being formidable did not mean that his disciples were formidable. But the fact was, his disciples were too formidable. They were simply duplicates of Yi Yuan. You seem very surprised, Yun-E said smilingly. Indeed a little, but whoever the opponent is the same to me. It's just that you and your junior apprentice sister are really shameless, deliberately hiding your strength and making your opponents underestimate you guys, Zhou Rui said. Yun-E extended 2 fingers and said with a smile, Firstly, Senior Apprentice Sister 9 is my Senior Apprentice Sister, not Junior Apprentice Sister. Secondly, we didn't intentionally hide our strength. Master told us that each alchemist has their strong points, and he makes us learn their strong points well. Including you, it's the same too. Zhou Rui laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Utter nonsense. The strong reigns supreme. What right as a weakling have to be senior apprentice sister? Also, only the strong are worth learning from. What's there to learn from the weak?" In all of the Holy Lands, it was all the strong that reigned supreme. As long as one's strength was strong enough, they could replace them. Ning Xiu's strength was inferior to Yunyi, but she could be the senior apprentice sister? Wasn't this ridiculous? Also, what was worth learning from the weak? Only the strong had HI plus Ning points on them. So these words sounded like messing around to Zhou Rui. Yunyi shrugged and said coolly, "As long as you're happy." He knew that others could not accept it. In reality, he himself also could not accept it at first. However, Yi Yuan talked about his experiences in Cloud Marsh City. Only then did Yun-Yi they all know that it was really the case. The weak points of the losers were magnified infinitely, resulting in covering up the strong point. Only by possessing a magnanimous heart could one see the strong points from others, and draw it over for their own use. Yi Yuan himself walked over like this. He also taught his disciples how to walk like this. Zhou Rui's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "It doesn't matter. This battle, I want you to suffer a cruce. HI plus ing defeat." The finals started very quickly. Zhou Rui's strength was indeed powerful. He was simply a weak version of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. The moment he came up, he put tremendous pressure on Yunyi. But Yunyi also finally exhibited his full strength in this fight. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, walking this entire road, Yunyi also grew a lot. Facing the powerful Zhou Rui, he did not shrink back at all. The two people battled for 3 days and nights. The quality of Yun-Yi's medicinal pill finally still suppressed Zhou Rui's. While on the other side, Ning Xiu also defeated Cloudheart Realm's other person with a slight advantage. Everyone was shocked. Even though before this, the various Holy Lands cast covetous eyes towards medicine ancestors' handwritten notes, the various great ancestors were clear in their hearts that it was very hard. Cloudheart Realm's strength was not just because of a medicine ancestor. The might ACCU, Mulat over countless years was overwhelming in any generation. Even though Cloudheart Realm already had not taken action for many years, no one doubted their might. But they lost. Yi Yuan Master and disciples 3 people overpowered Cloudheart Realm. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book must be paying attention to this place. He had once boasted in front of Yi Yuan that his grand pupil was the young generation's #1 person. Now, this face was slapped resoundingly. The #1 person lost. Grandmaster lost, grand pupil also lost. No one thought of this conclusion. If Yi Yuan defeating Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was still just his victory alone, then what kind of concept was the 3 of them defeating their opponents at the same time? This was an all-round Serpa. Sing others. If the master and disciples 3 people flew together after several years, what had it still got to do with Cloudheart Realm? These master and disciples 3 people overturned the entire alchemy world's power balance. Too terrifying. Zhou Rui looked like he was battered out of his senses. He was unable to accept this outcome. Before this, he kept thinking about avenging his grandmaster and ruthlessly humiliating Yun-Yi. But who knew that he actually lost? His strength overwhelmed his peers, and he had never found a match among peers. But today, he was defeated by a peer. All of his pride was shattered to pieces the moment the furnaces were opened. Chapter 23:12 Medicine Ancestors' Invitation. Chapter 23:12 Medicine Ancestors' Invitation. That's my great-grandson. Did you guys see that? He's called Yun-Yi. That's my great-grandson. My great-grandson won the champions. HI plus P of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. Haha. In the crowd, Empyrean Pilljade danced excitedly and started yelling around. Even though Empyrean Pilljade was arrogant, He had never thought that his family's child would actually be standing on the stage of the entire heavenspan world, and that he would become the alchemy path's #1 person. It was not that he did not want to, but with his level, he did not dare to think about this step at all. Poverty restricted his imagination. To him, the greatest expectations he had of Yun-Yi was succeeding his position and dominating the southern border. But Yun-Yi's current achievements had already far exceeded what he defined, reaching a level that he could not imagine. Defeating Zhou Rui, the current Yun-Yi was already equivalent to the young generation's #1 person. How did the current Empyrean Pilljade still remember Yun-Yi's betrayal? How did he still remember his resentment and enmity with Yi Yuan? All that was left in his head was just a word: pride. Beside him, Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, as well as Empyrean Flutterfeather, all had dumbfounded faces. Clearly, they also found it hard to imagine this result. The other people looked at Empyrean Pilljade with strange faces, like they were looking at a fool. Seen before those who claimed kins. Hi+P, never seen before someone who claimed kins. Hi+P like this. He won and he's your grandson, where have you been? Only running out to claim kins. Hi+P now, I'll even say that you're my grandson now. Screw off you. With just your poor and shabby appearance, can you teach such an excellent great-grandson? Body believed Empyrean Pilljade at all. The powerhouses on Feather Mountain all had fixed seats. If Yun-Yi was really Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson, he should be seated in a very revered place, and not the same as them, standing in this tiny corner. This kind of lie could only make him appear very laughable and ignorant. Empyrean Pilljade's face turned black, immediately having a look of shame on his face. Yeah, if he chose to support Yun-Yi back then the current situation would be completely different. When everyone saw his appearance, they were even more certain that he was boasting. Amidst the huge shock, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference finally came to an end. A Southern Domain's small faction called Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma became famous all over the world. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy personally gave 2 copies of Medicine Ancestors' handwritten notes to Yun-Yi and Ningxiu, then carried out a bout of praises with a smile. Yun-Yi was currently more and more like Yi Yuan and naturally remained indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. While Ningxiu only had Yi Yuan this master in her eyes. Whatever Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's praise, she did not care at all. Just as everyone thought that the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, this time would end with Cloud Pill Summit's cruise. Hi+ing defeat, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy arrived before Yi Yuan. Second Sage, Master invites you up Cloudheart Mountain to debate on things. Everyone's minds trembled. The Medicine Ancestor was personally moving out. The real highlight was here. The moment these words came out, it was as if the air had solidified. The Medicine Ancestor was already not just the name of a powerhouse, he already became the insignia of Alchemy Dao. He was the ceiling of Alchemy Dao. He was the Dao Ancestor of Alchemy Dao. He was not a Dao Ancestor, but in the hearts of all alchemists, he was a Dao Ancestor. An invincible existence. Even a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest also could not challenge his prestige. But today, Yi Yuan's one lineage, master and disciples 3 people overpowering Cloudheart Realm, dealt Cloudheart Realm a vicious slap. The Medicine Ancestor finally could not sit still anymore. He was a transcendent existence and rarely showed face in the world. For countless years, only when Sacred Ancestor High Priest went up the mountain back then to seek Tao did he take action one time. Today, for Yi Yuan, he finally made a move once more. One was a rising star, startlingly talented, the best in the present era. One was Alchemy Dao's founder, reigning for countless years, invincible under the heavens. These 2 people's fight would definitely cause a shocking wave. Then, would Yi Yuan accept the Medicine Ancestor's invitation or not? Everyone was waiting to see it. only to see Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Can't finally bear to take action?" Hohu had to insist on this Yi giving a slap before he's willing to make a move. Why is there a need? Everyone got a shock. Did this guy make light of Medicine Ancestor? Everyone present took pride in being able to meet Medicine Ancestor. Being able to obtain his guidance, they even wanted to prostrate in wars. Hi+P. But Yi Yuan actually did not have the least bit of awe at all. Someone who cultivated the alchemy path actually had no respect for the totem-like Medicine Ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy smiled and said, "Whatever dissatisfaction Second Sage has, you can go and tell Master. Lasting Joy is just acting on orders." Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Brother Lasting Joy, this Yi really looks forward to being able to fight with Brother Lasting Joy one day." Lasting Joy smiled and said, "It's a great honor for Lasting Joy to be able to be thought highly of by Second Sage. However, this emperor only gained enlightenment on Tao by chance back then. For so many years, my progress has been very slow and has long already been Serpa. As said by Junior Apprentice Brother. Second Sage defeated Junior Apprentice Brother. This emperor is naturally not a match." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lead the way." He would not naively think that Lasting Joy was really inferior to Distant Book. He heard before that this heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy and the Medicine Ancestor were existences of the same era and had already lived for no idea how long. To be able to become the Medicine Ancestor's eldest disciple and even comprehend Tao Pill Source, how can he possibly be a mediocre person? Seeing this heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. How his strength was, it was hard for Yi Yuan to jump to conclusions rashly. But he had a feeling that even if this heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was not as good as Sacred Ancestor High Priest, Yi Yuan reckoned that he was also not far off. At least, he was definitely stronger than Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. But this guy put on an appearance of being very simple and honest, giving you a feeling of defenselessness, his sense of existence being extremely low. This guy was playing the fool, so Yi Yuan could not be bothered to haggle over it with him too. After all, the Medicine Ancestor was the alchemy path's superlative. Seeing the alchemy path's highest peak was the most important objective of Yi Yuan's trip. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy turned around and said to everyone, "The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference ends here. Master and Second Sage's game, everyone can head to Cloudheart Mountain to observe. If you're not interested, you can leave." Finished talking, he brought the group of ancestors and left. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said so, but such a grand occasion was hard to come across in tens of millions of years. So how could they miss it? Therefore, everyone rushed toward Cloudheart Mountain. It thoroughly exploded in the crowd. "You guys, between Medicine Ancestor and Second Sage, who do you think will win and who will lose? Look at what you're saying, how ignorant! It's true that Second Sage is formidable, but it was already extremely difficult for him to defeat Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Still want to beat the Medicine Ancestor? So many years have passed, said. There's already no one who knows the terror of Medicine Ancestor anymore. He is a summit that can't be scaled. On the path of alchemy Tao, he's the heaven-span mountain. I hope that Second Sage can still grow up after experiencing this battle." This was a showdown without any suspense. The only thing to watch was how terribly Yi Yuan would lose. Back then, after the Sacred Ancestor High Priest lost to Medicine Ancestor, he was in depression for a very long period of time. All the way until later, he founded the Priest Temple and groomed Demon Race Alchemy Rare Talent. Then now, similar to Sacred Ancestor High Priest, could Yi Yuan experience this unprecedented setback and stand up again? Chapter 23:13 Perilous Battle. Chapter 23:13 Perilous Battle. On top of the summit cloud platform, two old men were currently drinking tea leisurely. Fragrance lingered. One of them, a lean old man, had his eyes shut the whole time, looking like he was asleep. The lean old man said in a voice, "Ask not 2 words, have you solved it?" The middle-aged man in blue robes by the side said coolly, "Old thing, after so many years, you're still not willing to let me go?" The lean old man said, "The path of Tao is full of setbacks to begin with. If you can't even clear this hurdle, how will you seek Tao?" The middle-aged man in blue robes had a disdainful look on his face. These 2 words had delayed him far too much time, making him waste his best years. When he came to realize the truth, everything was already too late. Missing the best time for cultivation, people's cultivation speed would become slower and slower. Just like Yi Yuan, his onslaught was currently indeed unstoppable. But once it was delayed, that would be thousands, tens of thousands, even millions of years. Naturally, this could not be blamed on only the medicine ancestor. Sacred ancestor high priest's own Tao heart also had flaws existing. It was just that it was caught by medicine ancestor. These ask not 2 words, I can't solve it, but Yi Yuan he solved it. Otherwise, why would you, this old fellow, have this idea to organize the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time? Such an amazing rising star, how can this ancestor not be alarmed? This second sage compared to you, just who is a little stronger? Sacred ancestor high priest looked at the lean old man meaningfully and said, "If you measure him yourself, wouldn't you know?" While talking, several dozen figures landed on the cloud platform. The 2 in the front were precisely Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. When he saw that lean old man, Yi Yuan's gaze never looked away. This old man had his eyes shut all this while, his aura extremely feeble, looking like he was about to pass away at any time. But he did not know why. The person gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. This kind of feeling was indescribable. All in all, he was powerful, indescribably powerful. Yi Yuan had a strange feeling that this old man before his eyes was not a person, but a medicinal pill that led to great Tao. Even the sacred ancestor high priest did not give Yi Yuan this kind of terrifying feeling too. It was as if this old man was born for medicinal pills. It was as if he was alchemy Tao. The lean old man used a dry voice and said, "Young friend Yi, please sit." Yi Yuan did not decline and sat down beside sacred ancestor high priest. The other ancestors also took their seats one after another. "Young friend Yi, we've met before." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Yes, and ask not." The medicine ancestor that time was extremely powerful, his figure full of power and grandeur, as if a celestial deity descending upon the mortal world. But Yi Yuan did not expect that the medicine ancestor's true self was actually such a thin and emaciated-looking thin old man. Suddenly, not seeing the medicine ancestor have any movement either, but his entire person already disappeared on the spot. An incomparably huge chessboard suddenly appeared above the void. The entire Cloudheart realm could see it clearly. The projection of a lean old man appeared on one end of the chessboard. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and was just about to step out, but he heard sacred ancestor high priest suddenly say, "Be careful." Yi Yuan turned around and said smilingly, "Senior sacred ancestor seems to be afraid." Wing actually nodded and said, "Yes, this old man thought that I cannot fear him anymore. But meeting once again, this old man is still nervous. Of course, what's more important is that he got stronger." The medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest were clearly not really chatting leisurely. Each and every one of the 2 of their actions and every word, they were all crossing sword. But sacred ancestor high priest did not occupy any advantage at all. He thought that so many years had passed, his heart knot had already been unknotted. But seeing medicine ancestor again, only then did he discover that his own Tao heart was still unable to face him unperturbed when in front of him. Wing was not worried that Yi Yuan would lose, but worried that Yi Yuan's Tao heart was the same as him, with a crack. Yi Yuan's talent was greater than his. He believed that medicine ancestor would be even more ruthless. But Yi Yuan smiled brilliantly and said, Not scared that he's strong, just scared that he isn't strong. Finished talking, his figure disappeared on the spot. Above the void, Yi Yuan's enormous projection exhibited in front of everyone. Everyone held their breath. Clearly, they did not expect that these two people actually did not talk nonsense, and clashed together so straightforwardly. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said to Sacred Ancestor High Priest with a smile, Lord Sacred Ancestor, the stars change positions, but Master's opponent turned into Second Sage, wonder how you feel about it? Wing smiled and said, he's stronger than me. Lasting Joy smiled and said, he isn't stronger than you. Wing said, your master understands it. He's stronger than me. Lasting Joy smiled and said, so that's how it is. It's just that Lord Sacred Ancestor seems to be lacking in confidence. Wing said, he's always unexpected. While the two people crossed swords with words, Yi Yuan already took action. It was only to see him pointing at the void, directly landing his piece. Pop. A crisp sound seemed like a piece landed amidst heaven and earth, the sound of great Tao suffusing the world. An enormous Tai Chi diagram directly occupied a large area. Pop. The medicine ancestor landed a piece and Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram directly collapsed. A berserk aura spread out from the chessboard, suffusing the entire Cloud Heart realm. Strong. A might that made people suffocate. Yi Yuan's Tao could occupy a portion of the chessboard, while medicine ancestor's Tao could spread out of the chessboard. The level was clear at a glance. The eyebrows of the Yi Yuan opposite furrowed heavily, feeling an unprecedented pressure. This was the hardest alchemy battle in his life, not one of. Just one move, and it made him unable to withstand it. The world that he carefully constructed, the medicine ancestor determined the entire world's framework with just a glance, and then he completely occupied this world. The medicine ancestor opposite him and the medicine ancestor inside not were completely the strength of two different worlds. This was the true strength of the alchemy path's number one person. 1 day, 2 days to 1 month. Yi Yuan's second piece was considered for more than a month. Outside of Cloudheart Mountain, Yun Yi's brows furrowed tightly, and he said in a solemn voice, the medicine ancestor is well deserving of being the alchemy path's number one person. I've never seen Master have this kind of expression during an alchemy battle before. Ning Xiu said gloomily, this old man, with one look and I already know he has no good intentions. Yun Yi sighed and said, this is the world of Tao. It's too profound. To be able to stump Master until like this, no idea just what realm medicine ancestor has reached. Ning Xiu said with an ugly expression, Master wouldn't lose, right? Yuni shook his head and said, this time I'm afraid that he's really going to lose. However, the most terrifying thing isn't losing. Ning Xiu was taken aback and said, what else is more terrifying than losing? Yuni said with a solemn expression, it's naturally Tao heart. Each person's Tao is different, whose Tao is correct, whose Tao is wrong, will be more distinct in this level of powerhouse's struggle. Losing, one might very likely lose their Tao heart. Master won Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, then ruined his Tao heart later. It's likely hard for his strength to improve any more in the countless tens of thousands of years after today. Also, there's the Sacred Ancestor High Priest, because he lost to Medicine Ancestor back then, and lost his Tao heart, that's why he'd remain at a standstill. Ning Xiu opened her mouth wide, a look of astonishment on her face. She originally felt that this was merely an alchemy battle, and that there was nothing dangerous. But now, she could not help worrying about her master. Chapter 23:14 Insurmountable Peak. Chapter 23:14 Insurmountable Peak. After thinking hard for more than a month, Yi Yuan finally landed another piece. The Tai Chi diagram appeared once more. The power of great Tao emerged. The medicine ancestor landed another piece right on the heels of him, shattering Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram once more. Overbearing. Extremely overbearing. The foundation of the world was constructed by Yi Yuan, it should have been led by Yi Yuan in the first place, but the medicine ancestor was too strong. This kind of might made everyone feel asphyxiated. Only Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy had a smiling appearance, like looking at a very normal thing. The medicine ancestor already had not taken action for countless years. He already became a totem. Everyone knew that he was strong, but they did not know how strong he was. But today, once he took action, it shocked myriad regions. His might was unmatched, overpowering the present era. The rules were set by me. Alchemy Tao was ruled by me. No matter how Astonies plus ingly talented you were, no matter how your means were exceedingly formidable, in front of this kind of powerful strength, it was all futile. The height that he was standing at was far from what Yi Yuan, this rising star, could hold a candle to. The two people's disparity was too great. The world that Yi Yuan carefully constructed was unbelievably deplorable in front of the medicine ancestor. One look and he saw through the actual situation. Your world was dominated by me. The number one person in the world was this domineering. Second Sage is in danger. After this battle, he'll likely sink thoroughly. Second Sage is incredibly talented, since time immemorial. I thought that even if he loses, he'll at least lose with dignity too. I didn't expect that he actually lost so miserably. It's too miserable, there's no strength to fight back at all. Even compared to Lord Sacred Ancestor, he's also much worse. I even thought that I could see an Astonies plus in great battle. I didn't expect that it's actually one-sided. It's not interesting anymore. Aside from the shock, the group of powerhouses could not help feeling dull. Yi Yuan's path of mythology was undoubtedly going to stop here. The medicine ancestor was still the medicine ancestor, the alchemy world's heaven-span mountain. Of course, while it was boring, not a single person left. The medicine ancestor taking action, this was a grand event that could only be encountered once every 10 million years. How can it be missed? This kind of great Tao, even if only comprehend a trace, it would also be beneficial for life. Sacred Ancestor High Priest had a solemn look. The shock in his heart was like thunder roaring throughout the 9 heavens. The medicine ancestor got stronger again. Furthermore, it was not just a little bit stronger. If he faced off against the current medicine ancestor, even if he was better than Yi Yuan, he would also not be much better. These tens of millions of years, he was still marching on the spot, while the medicine ancestor already took an even firmer step toward Tao Pill. Master, Second Sage almost can't endure anymore. This is simply a rout, GMO said in surprise. It was still his first time seeing Yi Yuan look so strained. Every step was taken with extremely difficulty. Wing smiled bitterly and said, I harmed this kid. GMO said in surprise, why does Master say this? Wing's expression was complicated as he said, Master always thought that this old man is a narrow-minded man, intentionally suppressing his opponents. But seeing him again today, I discovered that I misunderstood him. The group of disciples was shocked when they heard this, revealing disbelieving looks. Master and medicine ancestor were sworn enemies. This was virtually something that everyone knew in the priest temple. But what did these words now mean? Why does Master say this? GMO asked again. Wing said, this old thing is indeed narrow-minded, but on the path of alchemy, he is indeed a peerless genius that none can rival. The battle with him last time, he indeed ruined my Tao heart. But these few tens of millions of years, he integrated the essence of my Tao into his great Tao. His strength is long already no longer what it used to be. The group of disciples was filled with fear, only then, understanding Sacred Ancestor High Priest's meaning. This alchemy path's number one person became much stronger than back then. This also meant that Medicine Ancestor took another big step toward the true Tao Pill. The present Medicine Ancestor already shook Sacred Ancestor High Priest off far behind. Who else was Medicine Ancestor's match in this world? Only then did everyone present understand that it was not that Yi Yuan was too weak, but that Medicine Ancestor was too strong. Reaching the Medicine Ancestor's level of realm, it was almost impossible to make any progress anymore. But who could have thought that he could still learn from other people's strengths and put them to use for himself? The present Medicine Ancestor already completely shook Sacred Ancestor High Priest off. No one could threaten him anymore. Sacred Ancestor High Priest could not. Yi Yuan, even less so. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said with a grin, Master being the #1 person on the alchemy path isn't just being #1 in strength. His talent is likewise #1 in alchemy. The world all thinks that Master has long been unable to make progress anymore. But actually, he's improving every day. Second Sage's talent is high, perhaps even higher than Master's. It's just a pity that his ACCU mutations are too weak. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's expression was complicated as he said, I harmed this kid. After this battle, his Tao heart, Yi Yuan's will was extremely tough, even far surpassing Sing Ancestor-level powerhouse's will. Wing had a score in his heart about this. It was just that Medicine Ancestor was too strong. His strength already exceeded ordinary people's understanding. Yi Yuan was still too inexperienced after all. One step forward, Yi Yuan struggled to stride forward. Each step that he took, the time used took longer and longer. From 1 month to 2 months, then to 3 months. In a blink, several years passed. Yi Yuan only walked over a dozen steps. However, Yi Yuan's face did not have any anxious look. He was completely immersed in the structure of the world. Medicine Ancestor's Tao was incomparably tyrannical, as if Cruz plusing his Tao like a giant mountain. This was completely the disparity between two different power levels. It was Yi Yuan's first time experiencing the ultimate strength of Tao Pill. It also made him have a sense of powerlessness for the first time in alchemy. Over 50 years passed. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already had not landed a piece in 10 years. The Yi Yuan who was akin to a withered tree finally landed his piece. Medicine Ancestor landed a piece right on the heels, ruthlessly Cruz. Plus in Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram, without the slightest mercy. Yi Yuan spewed out a mouthful of blood wildly, splattering onto the chessboard. A burst of exclamations came over. Everyone understood that Yi Yuan was defeated. The current Yi Yuan was emaciated like a stick, both eyes deeply sunken, as if his entire person was drained dry, like a seriously ill person. He's still forcefully holding on. Actually, he could have surrendered long ago. Yi Yuan is too weak. He doesn't have the qualifications to face off against Medicine Ancestor at all. He doesn't have any self-awareness at all. His journey has been too smooth, and he has never encountered a setback. Encountering such a huge setback this time, he's naturally unwilling to admit defeat. In their view, Yi Yuan could have conceded defeat long ago. Forcefully hanging on until now was completely keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. Ning Xiu grabbed Yun Yi's clothes, practically about to tear them apart. It was only to see her bite her lip lightly and say, Master, he will be fine, right? Yun Yi's eyes were full of blood traces as he shook his head and said, I don't know. Master, he might really be in danger this time. Why hasn't he given up yet? With Master's talent and strength, he can definitely surpass Medicine Ancestor in the future. Why must he insist on forcefully holding on now? Ning Xiu said in tears. Sigh, maybe. Master has his own thoughts. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes became more and more sunken, his person becoming thinner and thinner, his state being poor to the extreme. But he still did not have the thought of giving up. Chapter 23:15 Absolute Retaliation. Chapter 23:15 Absolute Retaliation. Yi Yuan's piece fell down and he immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. Landed again, vomited again. He landed again, and he vomited again. His fleshy body was extremely powerful, but now it was practically at the extent of being at the end of his life. He looked extremely miserable. This alchemy battle was no less than even a paramount great battle. For Yi Yuan, it was too hard. Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Yi Yuan and could not help recalling himself back then. How similar was this scene? He sat withered in front of the chessboard previously, and sat for several thousand years. Medicine Ancestor's moves aimed straight at the Tao heart, impossible to guard against at all. Yi Yuan's strength was too weak to begin with. Facing the even stronger Medicine Ancestor, he could only be defeated even more thoroughly. Sigh, it's all my fault. This boy is most likely crippled already. Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a gloomy sigh. Actually, even if he did not say, everyone could tell too. This myth ends here. A prodigy that made the world tremble already came to a curtain call here. Young friend, it ends here. Suddenly, Medicine Ancestor's dry voice came from above the void. Pa! A piece landed, the void trembled, and the entire chessboard started shaking violently. Above the chessboard, white light radiated brilliantly. The dazzling light broke right through the firmament, completely drowning out the black pieces. This chessboard world no longer had a way out for the black pieces. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his eyes full of an ashen look. Clearly, he was already at the end of his rope. His gaze revealed a pondering look, seemingly not understanding the situation before his eyes. It shouldn't be like this, Yi Yuan said with a frown. Young friend, you lost. Medicine Ancestor said coolly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I didn't lose, there must still be a way out. Medicine Ancestor said leisurely, when you took the first step, this ancestor has already seen through 100 steps. Each one of your steps is within this ancestor's calculations. The world that you constructed is operating according to this ancestor's will. Are you still not admitting defeat? This was a showdown but also a genuine fight. Whoever ruled this world of chessboard was the victor. The current Medicine Ancestor was not the Medicine Ancestor in Ask Not. That Medicine Ancestor was merely a wisp of remnant soul. Furthermore, he was suppressed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Yi Yuan could position himself in a leisurely manner. While in this place, his opponent was the real Medicine Ancestor. His might could shatter everything. No matter what means you have, it was not worth mentioning at all in front of absolute strength. This alchemy battle was firmly controlled by Medicine Ancestor from the very beginning. What kind of world Yi Yuan wanted to construct, how to construct, Medicine Ancestor saw it clearly. Therefore, he did not need to think at all. When humans think, God laughs. What it was talking about was this kind of situation. The height that Medicine Ancestor stood at was too high. He was watching this alchemy battle from the perspective of God. No matter how ever-changing you were, how could you escape God's eyes? Yi Yuan, racking his brains to think, was nothing more than a farce in Medicine Ancestor's view. No one can control everything. I can't, you can't, even Heavenly Tao can't either. I will lose, but I absolutely won't lose like this. Yi Yuan used a similarly dry voice to say. A chess game for nearly 100 years, Yi Yuan had been trying to escape Medicine Ancestor's control. Every step he took was made with extreme difficulty. Exchanging moves with a God-like powerhouse, if one played according to the other party's tempo, there was no chance of winning at all. Others all said that he was overestimating his own ability, but did not know how impressive he was to hold out until now. From the very first move Medicine Ancestor made, Yi Yuan understood that the current Medicine Ancestor was definitely no idea how many times stronger than the Medicine Ancestor back then. He had fought with Sacred Ancestor High Priest before. Even though it was just a tiny probing, he could confirm that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was far worse than Medicine Ancestor. He naturally would not feel that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was intentionally cheating him. It could only mean that the Medicine Ancestor made great improvements again in these years. One could say that the current Medicine Ancestor was already infinitely close to the level of Tao Pill, close to being a god. No wonder the first time he laid eyes on Medicine Ancestor, it gave him a ludicrous illusion that the other party was a medicinal pill. But so what? He came in order to witness the highest summit of the alchemy path. Fighting with heaven, an endless enjoyment. Fighting with a god, an endless delight. This ancestor has integrated Wing's Tao and already touched the power of law. In this Tao, this ancestor is a god. How can a group of ants fight with a god? Medicine Ancestor said coolly. The group of ancestors had the jitters when they heard it. Touching the power of law, that was the level of Tao ancestors. That level of existence was truly an existence that governed destiny, its power unimaginable. At present, the Tli of Medicine Ancestor was already in reality as well as in name. Forget about the fact that you're not a god, even if you're really a god, so what? Yi Yuan's gaze plus feeded toward the chessboard, then fell into contemplation again. Medicine Ancestor was indifferent, his figure moving, returning above the cloud platform. Ho-hoo, this kid is as stubborn as you back then, Medicine Ancestor said with a dry laugh. Wing's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Stop pretending, actually, you're very surprised too, right? Or should I say you're currently secretly happy? Because I delivered you a treasure trove." Medicine Ancestor smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, looks like you already understand. This ancestor walking until today, what I relied on wasn't suppressing juniors. Your Tao heart falling was just because your Tao heart had flaws. That's right, you delivered a big gift to this ancestor today. The strength of this kid's Tao exceeds my imagination. After this ancestor digests today's battle, I'll definitely be able to comprehend the power of law and attain the true level of Tao Pill." Everyone trembled all over. This news was seriously too shocking. Tao Pill, that was the realm that all alchemists dreamed of. Except, no one had ever reached it. After today, Medicine Ancestor was actually able to reach this paramount realm. In the past, everyone said that Medicine Ancestor was half a Tao ancestor. But soon, Medicine Ancestor would become a true Tao ancestor level powerhouse. At this time, everyone's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan again could not help turning into pity. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan's roaring into existence would shake Cloudheart Realm's foundation and drag the alchemy world into a warring states period. But who knew that Medicine Ancestor used Yi Yuan as a footboard and corroborated his Tao to become a true Tao ancestor? Hoo-hoo, congratulations, Medicine Ancestor, for achieving alchemy Tao supremacy. Congratulations! The group of ancestors went forward one after another to congratulate Medicine Ancestor in advance. That moment Medicine Ancestor corroborated his Tao, the entire heaven-span world would tremble because of it. The status of the Medicine Ancestor at that time would truly be on par with Tao ancestors. And the Tao of medicinal pills would also truly be juxtaposed with martial Tao, becoming a peerless great Tao. This significance was too great. Medicine Ancestor did not reciprocate. He still had his eyes shut, like an ancient well without ripples. Reaching his level of boundary, he had long not felt delighted by external gains and not saddened by personal losses already. Pop! A clear sound suddenly sounded out in the world, suddenly interrupting the felicitations. Everyone turned around and looked, but discovered that Yi Yuan actually stubbornly landed a piece. Hoo-hoo, this kid still hasn't given up? Lamentable, pitiable. A genius fell here. Everyone revealed looks of contempt, very disdainful toward Yi Yuan's action of not being able to bear a loss. But right at this moment, Medicine Ancestor's two eyes that had been shut all along suddenly snapped open, staring fixedly at the heaven and earth chessboard, erupting with rays of brilliant light. Chapter 23:16 The Defeated Victor. Chapter 23:16 The defeated victor. On the chessboard, the original black pieces no longer had a way out. The white pieces occupied the entire territory, exterminating all of the black pieces. This also made clear to all that Medicine Ancestor created the entire chessboard world, and that it had nothing to do with Yi Yuan anymore. This was a dead end. Yi Yuan had no possibility of fighting back at all. But now, this black piece was like a nail, wedging into the boundary of the white pieces. Amidst the world full of white pieces, this black piece appeared so lonely. It looked so fragile, as if a candle flame flickering in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. But looking closely, the place where this black piece stood was just right. The Tai Chi diagram bloomed once more. The Tai Chi diagram this time was even more solid and even more elusive. Yi Yuan forcefully opened up a gap amidst the white pieces. Brilliant! Really too brilliant! This move is simply fabulous! Ha ha! Old thing, the outcome is still unknown. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's eyes became brighter and brighter. Until the back, he actually clapped his hands and laughed loudly, saying to Medicine Ancestor, "The alchemy path powerhouses outside Cloudheart Mountain were currently very disdainful toward Yi Yuan's endless pestering at this time. Their skill was lacking and could not perceive the brilliance of this move at all. But those ancestor powerhouses were all incredibly shocked. This move was too brilliant, forcefully finding a way out from amidst a death trap. It could be said to be being SNATC head from the jaws of death. Looking at the entire game, this was the only way out. Yi Yuan making this move, everything looked like as it ought to be. But finding this ray of hope in this death trap was seriously far too difficult. One had to know, even Medicine Ancestor himself did not discover this ray of hope. Hence, after he landed his piece, he left with his hands behind his back. He already determined that he won. Wanting to find this glimmer of hope required an extremely keen perception of Tao, required an extremely deep understanding of alchemy Tao, and required exceedingly terrifying insight. Not one could be missing. Everyone present did not discover this glimmer of hope, but Yi Yuan discovered it. This showed that in some aspects Yi Yuan already said everyone present. Medicine Ancestor's expression already explained everything. He really did it. This boy is simply amazing. Taking this step, this battle has become complicated and confusing. Who wins and who loses will be hard to say. This battle, regardless of win or lose, Yi Yuan is the biggest winner. His Tao will surely improve further. The ancestors sighed endlessly in amazement, not stinting with praises toward Yi Yuan. Saying that this move startled heaven and earth, and made gods and ghosts weep was also not an exaggeration. Yi Yuan's Tao would become even more complete because of this move. Please. Above the void, Yi Yuan used a Hoa RSE voice and said to Medicine Ancestor. While around him, the power of great Tao suddenly became much more vigorous, and his withered physical body became fleshed out anew under the nourishment of the power of great Tao. Medicine Ancestor's two eyes narrowed and he arrived above the void once more. The enormous Medicine Ancestor appeared once again. Below Cloudheart Mountain, a huge commotion stirred. Medicine Ancestor leaving indicated that this game was over. Returning anew meant that this piece forced him to continue. Medicine Ancestor had his face slapped by this piece. The shock that this scene gave everyone could be imagined. It was just that they could not understand what kind of storm this piece could set off. Medicine Ancestor landed a piece, the great battle was back on. The Tai Chi diagram trembled violently and became much dimmer all of a sudden. But this time, it did not extinguish. Plus Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram actually resisted Medicine Ancestor's powerful attack. Outside Cloudheart Mountain, a huge shock was set off once more. What in the world is going on? Why did Second Sage become so stronger all of a sudden? Already reached this stage, could he really carry on competing? My God, could it be that Second Sage's legend is still continuing high? This alchemy world is going to change heavens? Pa. This time, Yi Yuan's piece was similarly extremely fast. Pa. Medicine Ancestor suppressed once more. The two people, coming and going, one piece after another, killing until they were locked in a struggle. Amidst everyone's cries of exclamations, the territory of the black pieces became bigger and bigger. The Tai Chi diagram became more and more stable. That single black piece was like a fire that set the prairie ablaze, igniting the entire heaven and earth chess game. The two people unfolded an incomparably intense territory war in the area, fighting until they were locked in a struggle for an inch of ground. Of course, Medicine Ancestor was still Medicine Ancestor. His strength was still unstoppable. But the current Yi Yuan was not without the strength to fight back as before anymore. The ancestors held their breaths, looking at the power of great Tao above the void surging, each and every one incomparably shocked. No one could have expected that the situation would actually develop to this point. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yi Yuan already gained a firm foothold and started SN. ATC. Hing territory from Medicine Ancestor. Yi Yuan isn't as overbearing as Medicine Ancestor, but his Tao seems to have a kind of miraculous magical power. His strength is clearly not strong, but he can always defeat the strong as the weak. I also have a feeling that the Tao which that Tai Chi diagram represents seems to be extremely profound, and is more in line with heavenly Tao. After Yi Yuan met with life in a desperate situation, it was as if he changed into a different person. Clearly, this battle was tremendously beneficial to Yi Yuan. One piece after another, the two people were locked in a struggle. Finally, Yi Yuan's last piece landed. Game end. Gulp. Everyone could not resist swallowing their saliva. There was death-like silence. Yi Yuan actually forced Medicine Ancestor to this point. My eyes aren't failing me, right? This reversal is also too terrifying. It's really a big counterattack. Clearly already fell completely. He actually turned it around to such a situation. A pity. Truly a shame. Just a little bit more. Outside Cloudheart Mountain, it all exploded. For the first 100 years, Yi Yuan was suppressed until he could not even raise his head. In the end, in less than 1 month's time, Yi Yuan actually unleashed a storm-like counterattack, forcefully turning the situation around to this point. Above the heaven and earth chessboard, the territory that the black pieces and white pieces occupied were almost exactly the same. Got to admit, Yi Yuan's shocking counterattack was to one's heart's content, giving people an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Those people who looked down on Yi Yuan, ridiculed Yi Yuan, they were now all virtually cheering for Yi Yuan toward the back. Difference of half a point. A difference of half a point. Ha, this boy, really, ha, too incredible. It's too shocking. Sacred Ancestor High Priest clapped his hands and laughed loudly, earnestly from ear to ear. Yi Yuan lost by a difference of half a point, but no one felt that he lost. From the defeat at the start to absolute counterattack, killing until he only lost by half a point, Yi Yuan was today's well-deserving victor. Yi Yuan and Medicine Ancestor walked over leisurely, landed on the cloud platform. The current Yi Yuan had long already recovered fully and became even more profound. Even many ancestors felt that they could not quite see through him anymore. This battle, young friend Yi, really broadened the horizons of the world. Medicine Ancestor opened both eyes and stared at Yi Yuan as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks to Medicine Ancestor for helping me achieve my aim, letting this Yi take fewer detours. You gave Senior Sacred Ancestor, ask not 2 words after fighting with him. Today, why not give this Yi 2 words too? Chapter 23:17. Explosive Situation. Chapter 23:17. Explosive Situation. The short old man opened both eyes and kept sizing Yi Yuan up as if wanting to see through him. "Ha, how many years has it been? It's still this old man's first time seeing you, this fellow, open your eyes. Looks like you, this old thing, really got scared," Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a loud laugh. Medicine Ancestor did not have overly strong emotion fluctuations. He just kept looking at Yi Yuan. After a long time, Medicine Ancestor suddenly laughed loudly and said, "This game had let this ancestor find someone of the same Tao. Why not call this game toward Tao, how about it?" Everyone nodded their heads one after another, deeply feeling that way too. Second Sage was too terrifying. After this battle, Yi Yuan shall stand at the summit of the alchemy path along with Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and pursue that fleeting and ephemeral Tao pill. In this battle, Yi Yuan counterattacked and lost slightly to Medicine Ancestor with a difference of half a point. He shall become a myth of the alchemy path and shock the world. Someone of the same Tao, it was well deserved. Toward Tao? Rather fitting, but do you really know what Tao is? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Medicine Ancestor's laughter abruptly ceased, and he said with a frown, "What do you mean by this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You understand." Surprise finally showed on Medicine Ancestor's eternally unchanging face at this time. You touched the power of law. This is impossible." Medicine Ancestor said. "Whether I touched the power of law or not, I'm not clear, but I definitely saw something that you didn't see. Someone of the same Tao? Perhaps you're not worthy." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. In this world, how many people wanted to be associated with the Medicine Ancestor but could not? But Yi Yuan said that Medicine Ancestor was not worthy of being associated with him. This sentence was too shocking. Was it Yi Yuan being arrogant? Or did he really see something different? It was not just Medicine Ancestor. Sacred Ancestor High Priest and the various ancestors, each person's face revealed an extremely solemn expression. Where Tao was at was where the heart yearned. The people present, as long as they reached the realm of an old ancestor, who did not want to comprehend the true Tao pill. It was just a pity that this step was far too difficult. Even Medicine Ancestor, this kind of amazing talent, expended 1 trillion years and was also unable to reach this step. But this young man in front of him said that he saw this step. How could it not surprise people? Medicine Ancestor's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you want to confuse my Tao heart?" Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Believing or not is up to you. It's just that I'm not worthy of same Tao." These 2 words. "Senior Sacred Ancestor, let's go." The few people were just about to leave when Medicine Ancestor's figure shook, and he already blocked in front of them. Not explaining this matter clearly, body can think about leaving, Medicine Ancestor said in a solemn voice. The allure of Tao was too strong. Even Medicine Ancestor, this level of existence, was unable to resist this temptation too. It was still all right if Yi Yuan did not speak. With him saying it, it immediately whetted everyone's gluttonous bugs. Especially Medicine Ancestor, this kind of existence, how could he easily let him leave? Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled contemptuously and said, "Old thing, I'm not as good as you in alchemy Tao, but in martial Tao, this Emperor isn't afraid of you. If you want this Cloud Heart realm to fall apart to pieces, feel free to make a move." In martial Tao, Sacred Ancestor High Priest and Medicine Ancestor were both Deva 4th Blight powerhouses, their strength utterly formidable. Once this level of powerhouse made a move, how could Cloud Heart realm withstand it? Medicine Ancestor's face fell and said, "If Cloud Heart realm is gone, then it's gone. Can't this ancestor build another one? Today this kid must stay." For a moment it became dangerously explosive. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed like Medicine Ancestor this fellow was really going all out. Right at this time, a few large openings suddenly fissured open above the void. Countless figures poured out of the large mouth. Accurately speaking, they were not humanoid figures, but a dense swath of ferocious-looking monsters. In front of those monsters were a group of powerhouses that were identical to humans. It was just that the aura emitting from their bodies was very different from humans. Yi Yuan's whole body shuddered fiercely, looking at those figures above the void in shock. He was all too familiar with these guys. Divine race and abyss monsters. The divine race came into being so quickly? How did they come into being so quickly? Furthermore, they were suppressed in the abyss world by several great sovereign demons. Why would they appear in the heavenspan world without a sound? Yi Yuan said in shock. The divine race and abyss monsters appearing here were seriously too surprising. Right now, Cloudheart Realm was already completely surrounded. All of the alchemy path powerhouses became turtles in a jar. This was not a good sign. The one in the lead was a man with yellow hair. The man stood with his hands behind his back, with a kind of haughtiness that showed disdain upon the world. He did not deliberately release his pressure, but Yi Yuan felt the exact same aura as Daymeld from him. This person was a progenitor-level powerhouse. Yi Yuan's mind revolved like lightning. With the divine race coming here, they had likely planned for a long time. Hoo-hoo, everyone's here, how lively! The man with yellow hair stood in the air as he said with a light laugh. It was just that the words were full of contempt. Medicine Ancestor's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who are you, fellow guests? To dare be impudent in my Cloudheart realm, are you tired of living?" Medicine Ancestor felt an extremely strong threat from the yellow-haired man's body. Therefore, he did not make a move right away to kill the enemy but gave a warning. Clearly, Medicine Ancestor was also not clear about the divine race's origin. The yellow-haired man did not care about Medicine Ancestor's warning at all, but looked toward the Yi Yuan in the crowd. All of Yi Yuan's hair stood on its end, his entire person about to suffocate. This glance was too terrifying. "Kid, you tell them who this ancestor is," the yellow-haired man said calmly. "Sup 1/sup?" Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan, uncertain what it meant. Someone immediately asked, "Second Sage, you know where these reckless and blind guys are from?" Yi Yuan did not answer. He just looked at the yellow-haired man and said in a solemn voice, "Which lineage are you from?" The yellow-haired man laughed lightly and said, "This ancestor is the profound lineage's third ancestor, Origin Guard." "Kid, you're very good. You could forcefully beat 9 Origin that kid down a boundary at the realm of Empyrean. Impressive. This ancestor will only ask once. Are you willing to submit to my divine race?" Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This yellow-haired man was actually a profound lineage's ancestor. This profound lineage actually appeared in the heavenspan world without a sound. How could he not be shocked? It was just that what he felt even more was fury. It was precisely the profound lineage that forcefully separated him and Yu Mengli. Rumble! A monstrous rage rose from Yi Yuan's body. His 2 eyes were practically wanted to spew fire as he said with a sneer, "Submit? Just the likes of your trash races? Heh, divine race. I really don't know how you guys have the face to call yourselves this name. Handle her over, otherwise I'll trample your divine race one day." Origin Guard did not get angry and said with a faint smile, "Divine Daughter is extraordinarily gifted. When she stands before you again, you'll get a big surprise." Just what was going on here? What are they talking about? What divine race, what divine daughter? Completely never heard before. Being long-winded with them for what? A bunch of guys playing tricks, just directly finish them off. They completely did not know about the divine race's strength, each and every one ignorant and fearless, and were about to rush over. Chapter 23:18 Declined Human Race Alchemy Tao. Chapter 23:18 declined human race alchemy Tao. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, killing intent billowing to the sky. But Origin Guard smiled faintly and said, "Angry? I know that your talent is amazing, you can even jump levels to defeat 9 Origin. It's just that you're still just an ant. In this great world, the ones who really dominate are all us, the top powerhouses." Medicine Ancestor's gaze turned slightly sullen, and he said in a cold voice, "Who on earth is your esteemed self? If you still don't say it, this ancestor is going to be impolite." Origin Guard gave him a glance, shook his head, and said, "You're the current human race's alchemy path's #1 person? Too weak." Medicine Ancestor narrowed his eyes and said coolly, shamelessly boasting, "Does a trash like you even understand what alchemy Tao is?" Origin Guard did not explain either. He just smiled faintly, and then he held his palm up. A crystal-like ball appeared in his palm. When Medicine Ancestor, Yi Yuan, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of their pupils constricted. Origin Guard's move was clearly developing a world with alchemy Tao. It was extremely brilliant. This level of means was absolutely in the same CLA's as Medicine Ancestor, an existence who was not inferior to Medicine Ancestor in the slightest. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was truly incomparably shocked. He did not expect that the divine race actually still had this kind of heaven-defying existence. The others were similarly shocked. They had never heard before that the heaven-span world still had an existence that could rival the Medicine Ancestor. Where did this guy pop out from? Do you guys think whether or not this ancestor understands what alchemy Tao is? Origin Guard said with a faint smile. Medicine Ancestor had a shocked face as he said, "You? Who the hell are you?" This ancestor thought that even if the human race's alchemy Tao didn't recover to its peak state, there's at least 70% to 80% strength too. "I heard that there's an alchemy conference here. That's why I'd come here to wipe out the alchemy Tao powerhouses. But you guys disappoint this ancestor too much. Your current strength is really too weak compared to the human race's heyday period." Origin Guard's words carried thick disappointment, clearly feeling that he somewhat made a big fuss over nothing. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "You want to make use of this opportunity and round the human race alchemy powerhouses in one fell swoop, cutting off the human race's reinforcement force." Origin Guard smiled faintly and said, "That's right. You're very clever. During the last Doomsday battle, the human race's alchemy path powerhouses gave us huge problems. If not for those few old fellows, continuously delivering medicinal pills, we wouldn't have failed at all. Hence, this ancestor naturally won't miss this opportunity that only comes once in a blue moon. It's just a shame that looking at it now, this ancestor made too much of a fuss over nothing." Everyone was shocked, becoming speechless. Doomsday battle? What's that? Shamelessly boasting thing. Just the likes of these few guys also want to destroy the world? Reckless and blind thing, bringing a bunch of swarthy-looking monsters, and you want to destroy the world. Doomsday battle, this sort of thing, the vast majority of the people present never heard of it before. The name sounded frightening, but without truly experiencing this kind of battle, who would really pay attention to this name? However, some old fellows with very high seniority had clearly heard of this thing before, each and every one of their expressions becoming very ugly. "All shut up for me!" Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, interrupting everyone's discussion, and said in a solemn voice, "Put away your arrogance. These guys are very strong. Want to get out alive, put away your sectarian views, and everyone work together and be of one mind. Otherwise, not a single one can escape." Towards this, the vast majority of the people were very disdainful. Their arrogance already penetrated deep into the marrow. Why would they care about a bunch of guys that they had never heard of before? Origin Guard smiled faintly and said, "Looks like my divine race hasn't come into being for too long already." You humans have already forgotten who is the true master of the heaven-span world. Today, let the heaven-span world tremble. It was only to see him make a gesture, causing the divine race to bring out the abyss monsters, and then they charged over. For a moment, a dense mass charged over, shocking heaven and earth. When the powerhouses who came to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference saw such a lineup, their faces also could not quite help changing. Just a bunch of monsters. Everyone, attack together and exterminate them. Someone shouted in the crowd. This suggestion immediately got everyone's response. For a moment, one terrifying attack after another shot over toward above the void. Above the sky, all kinds of terrifying martial techniques roared over, rumbling noises sounding out all around. Except, these attacks were extremely scattered and undisciplined. The commotion seemed big, but actually, it did not pose lethality at all. In such a large-scale battle, an individual's strength was infinitely weakened. Moreover, the strength of abyss monsters was far superior to same-rank humans. In this first wave attack, the abyss monsters actually directly resisted it. Furthermore, the losses were not severe. When the human race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed drastically. While at this time, the abyss monsters' first wave attack also arrived. One wave of attack after another fired into the crowd neat and tidily, and exploded apart. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion sounds lingered on incessantly. Screams linked up together. This wave of attacks made the human race powerhouses suffer heavy losses. And in this short while both sides were already fighting in close quarters, class HI+ing together. The moment they clashed, the human race powerhouses discovered that something was wrong. The opponents were too strong. The abyss monsters that they looked down on were all extremely powerful. Furthermore, their skin was COARS, and their flesh thick, with their defensive power being extremely strong. It needed 3 or 4 people to join forces to face the enemy before they could barely manage to block it. It was just that way, the human race's manpower became severely inadequate, while the divine race's powerhouses went even more without saying. The moment they entered the battle, it was like tigers entering a flock of sheep, the lethality being extremely great. The name of the divine race was displayed in its entirety at this moment. How could they be so strong? This kind of combat strength is on a completely different level. Is this the divine race? They don't have world power at all. So what they are using is the power of heavenly Tao. The heaven-span world has such a powerful race? Why have I never heard of them before? The human powerhouses were finally shocked. Only at this time did they know that Yi Yuan did not warn them for nothing. In fact, the divine race's might was even greater than Yi Yuan said. At this time, their gazes when looking toward Origin Guard became different. If those ordinary divine race members were already so strong, then what about this progenitor-level powerhouse? The human powerhouses were all akin to facing a great enemy, going on careful alert one after another. Origin Guard smiled faintly and said, "Looks like you all already understand what's the divine race. My divine race is the race chosen by the heavens, only cultivating heavenly Tao. Before the previous epoch, it had always been our divine race ruling the heaven-span world. Regardless of whether you're human race, demon race, or other races, you were all our slaves. And today we're going to take back all that we lost." Everyone turned greatly pale from fright, all incomparably shocked. The divine race was actually the former ruler. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus all of a sudden, many human powerhouses backed out, shuttling into the void, attempting to escape Cloudheart Realm. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Don't run away. The void must have already been locked." His voice had yet to fade when several dead bodies fell down from the void, looking utterly ghastly. Origin Guard smiled lightly and said, "Don't think about escaping. There are 36,000 8-marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses in the void outside of Cloudheart Realm, casting the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. Even Deva Fourth Blights can forget about escaping here too. Kid, you're really a talent, it's just a shame that you can't be used by us. Chapter 23:19 Powerful Origin Guard. Chapter 23:19 Powerful Origin Guard. Yuan Xiao, Yuan S. HI+, the two of you lead 2 teams of abyss monsters to deal with that brat. Don't think about capturing him. You guys can't capture him. Just directly kill him. Origin Guard looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said coolly. Yuan Xiao and Yuan S. HI+ were 2 middle-stage 8-marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses. The 2 small squads of abyss monsters that they brought were shockingly middle-stage Heavenly Emperor Realm too. When the human powerhouses saw this lineup, each and every one of them was stunned. These 2 squads could sweep away any Heavenly Emperor powerhouse already, but they were deployed to deal with the initial stage Heavenly Emperor Yi Yuan. It could be seen from this how highly Origin Guard regarded Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure swaying, suddenly disappearing from where he was. When he appeared again, he already arrived outside Cloudheart Mountain. Amidst the chaotic battle, Yun Yi, Ning Xiu, and the rest were currently being besieged by the abyss monsters. What surprised Yi Yuan was that the ones currently guarding by Yun Yi 2 people's sides were Empyrean Pilljade and Empyrean Flutterfeather. Especially Empyrean Pilljade. He was covered in blood all over, with his aura being weak. He had already received severe injuries, and beside him, there were still quite a number of peak Empyrean abyss monsters. Of course, Flutterfeather was also not much better than him. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, there were immediately Heavenly Emperor Realm abyss monsters that charged over. He did not hesitate in the slightest, sword intent surging, instantly one-shotting several Heavenly Emperor abyss monsters. More than a dozen streaks of sword energy suddenly descended. Those abyss monsters besieging Yun Yi and the rest were instantly sliced into countless pieces. Whoosh whoosh. Plus several medicinal pills flew toward Flutterfeather and Pilljade. When the 2 saw Yi Yuan, they immediately saw the dawn of hope. Without the least bit of hesitation, they swallowed the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan tossed over. The effects were instantly seen. Suddenly, Empyrean Pilljade's entire body trembled. The Heavenly Emperor Realm that had blocked him for many years finally loosened at this moment. What Yi Yuan gave him to eat was not the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill, it was just an ordinary healing medicinal pill. But this medicinal pill was a Spirit Link Divine pill. Empyrean Pilljade knew that he was half a step away from Heavenly Emperor to begin with. Under the catalysis of the Tao Accu, mutations inside the Spirit Link Divine pill, he finally broke the fetters and broke through to Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan's fingertips moved, instantly forming a formation, protecting Yun Yi and the rest inside the array formation. You guys wait inside the grand array. Don't go anywhere. Yi Yuan dropped these few words coolly while his figure turning around, and he met with the 2 squads led by Yuan Xiao and Yuan S. HI+. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus 1,000 flying swords suddenly appeared, sweeping toward the 2 squads. These 2 squads had a total of more than 20 middle-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Furthermore, they were not human race powerhouses, but divine race and abyss monsters. This combat power was significantly stronger than 20 over 4th firmament Heavenly Emperors. However, after Yi Yuan broke through to World Realm, how much stronger was the power of his sword formation? He maneuvered the sword formation and could actually withstand the attacks of the 2 squads. It was just a shame that these over 20 people were seriously too strong. Under their teaming up, the sword formation was in imminent danger. Seeing this scene, the human powerhouses were all dumbfounded with amazement. Yi Yuan actually blocked so many divine race members and abyss monsters by himself. Was this guy still human? Previously, they all looked down on the divine race and felt that the abyss monsters were ugly and lowly. But after exchanging blows now, they were deeply aware of these two mighty races' power. One-on-one was simply an extravagant hope. But Yi Yuan jumped realms and blocked so many powerhouses. This was too shocking. While at this time, they also deeply realized why Origin Guard regarded Yi Yuan so highly. This guy was much more monstrous than even the race chosen by heaven, the divine race. Manpower is so tight. Yet Progenitor Origin Guard still let us form 2 squads to come and kill him. I was still very disdainful about this previously. Now, this Yi Yuan really broadened my horizons. Yuan Xiu said in shock. Really too strong. No wonder after Divine Sun returned, he entered the Megadeath cave without a word. Looks like he was really triggered. Yuan Hi Plus said. Hold steady first. Don't be in a rush to kill him. After the Lord got the opportunity, it won't be late to kill him then. Yuan Xiu said. Yuan Hi Plus nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. Yi Yuan making a move shocked everyone. Origin Guard looked in Yi Yuan's direction and clicked his tongue in wonder as he praised. This kid is really strong. I don't know how he cultivates up till now. A mere human actually cultivated to such a realm. This is truly a Stonies. Hi plus ing. If he's given another 5,000 years, I'm afraid that my divine race will have to turtle up inside the abyss world forever. Yi Yuan's combat power made people sigh with admiration. If not for 9 Origin being beaten until that state, Origin Guard would never have believed that the human race actually produced such a monstrous freak. The race chosen by heaven was actually beaten by a human. When Medicine Ancestor saw Yi Yuan's combat strength, his eyes also revealed a look of astonishment. Divine race is it? Truly a surprising race. This ancestor wants to see how much capability you have. Medicine Ancestor's gaze turned dark, an earth-shaking imposing aura surged to the sky. Origin Guard smiled faintly and said, You alone isn't enough. The 2 of you attack together. Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were the 2 strongest people among the humans present, both Deva 4th Blight Supreme powerhouses. 1. Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest exchanged a glance, and actually reached a rare unanimous conclusion. Rumble. Medicine Ancestor pushed a palm out, heaven and earth instantly changed colors. The incredibly strong source power gushed out of his palm. Cloudheart Mountain instantly turned to ashes at this moment. The spiritual veins were severed, mountains and rivers shattering. The seemingly played-down palm had the power to destroy heaven and decimate the earth. This was the power of a Deva 4th Blight Supreme powerhouse. At the same time, Wing also threw a punch-out. SPAC was like GLA's. Countless cracks instantly fissuring apart. The entire Cloudheart realm started trembling. Horrifying energy undulations scattered everywhere. Anything that came into the slightest contact with it instantly turned to ashes. Great Tao was simple. These 2 supreme powerhouses did not have any flashy martial technique, but the moment they took action, it obliterated the heaven and destroyed the earth. Cloudheart Realm was single-handedly founded by Medicine Ancestor. This realm was extremely dysprosium. But under the power of such powerhouses, it could not stand up to a single blow at all. The Yi Yuan in the midst of fierce fighting also felt shocked. No wonder it could be called Doomsday Battle. The fight of such powerhouses was simply too terrifying. If a bunch of such powerhouses fought, even the Heavenspan world would also be fought until it broke to pieces. Outside Cloudheart Mountain, powerhouses were fleeing one after another. How could they still care about fighting? Opposite of them, Origin Guard beamed and said, Not bad, not bad. Alchemy Tao can't make it, but martial Tao is worth seeing. It's just a shame that who you guys are facing is this ancestor. Done talking, the Tao marks on his body released a breathtaking blue light. A great Tao aura that towered above all life suddenly erupted. This eruption actually suppressed both great Deva fourth blight powerhouses with his strength alone. Detonate! Origin Guard bellowed, the void exploded. A huge amount of energy exploded together with Medicine Ancestor 2 people. Except, this explosive force was too strong, and actually overshadowed the two great Deva fourth blight powerhouses, Poowork. Poowork! The two supreme powerhouses tasted sweetness in their throats and actually spewed fresh blood wildly. The divine race's ancestor actually overwhelmed two great Deva fourth blights with his power alone. This scene was too shocking. A feeling of despair spread in the hearts of all the human powerhouses. Yeah, I know, Sacred Ancestor is from the demon race, but the raw text just says human. Chapter 23:20. Fatal Burst. Chapter 23:20. Fatal Burst. This is impossible. How can he be so strong? A Deva fourth blight is a sovereign-level powerhouse. Two great sovereigns joining hands are actually not the match of the divine race powerhouse? No wonder they said that the divine race was once the heavenspan world's ruler. Looking at it now, it isn't fake. This kind of strength is simply appalling. Deva fourth blight powerhouses were God-like existences in their hearts, dominating the entire heavenspan world. However, the appearance of the divine race progenitor completely subverted their understanding. In just this short while, they already believed that the divine race was the race chosen by heaven. Wing spat a mouthful of blood and said with a smile, "Old thing, this guy is really strong, let's not hold back anymore and bring out our true ability." Medicine Ancestor nodded slightly. Suddenly, the bones all over his body made clicking sounds. The originally emaciated like a stick and short Medicine Ancestor actually slowly turned into a handsome young man. "Ha ha ha, you, this old thing, conserved strength and stored up energy, looks like you're still not confident in pause. Sing Deva, fifth blight." Wing smiled brightly. Medicine Ancestor gave him a glance and said coolly, "Deva fifth blight is a life and death tribulation. How many people are confident in being able to transcend it?" Originally, after this battle, this ancestor planned on comprehending Tao afterward and planned to transcend the tribulation. This battle had greatly benefited Yi Yuan, but it was likewise greatly beneficial to Medicine Ancestor. With Medicine Ancestor's talent and strength, gaining enlightenment on Tao was not impossible. "Old dog, your turn." Medicine Ancestor looked at Wing and said. Wing laughed loudly, his entire person suddenly became smaller. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Sacred Ancestor High Priest actually turned into a large black dog. The large black dog had S.H.I. plus New York fur, two large ears drooping down. But the two eyes were BRIMMING with radiating vigor, revealing a murderous light. Only then did everyone know that it turns out that Sacred Ancestor High Priest's original body was actually a large black dog. But after transforming, Sacred Ancestor High Priest seemed to be even more aggressive. Origengard's gaze was scorching as he said, "Turns out that it's the descendant of a dragon dog. No wonder you have such strength." The dragon dog clan back then was in existence on par with the demon race's 8 great sacred lineages. Except, they rebelled against the divine race together with the human race, and they were crushed. I didn't expect that there are still remnant SPAWNs existing in this world. Large black dog Wing's entire body trembled, and he said in alarm and anger, "I was wondering why the dragon dog clan declined until like this, turns out that it was actually done by your divine race. Then today, just nice, I'll settle this score." After he was done talking, people saw a black light fly through the sky and smash toward Origengard. At the same time, Medicine Ancestor also made a move in time, fighting together with Origengard. After these two people transformed, their strength indeed increased greatly. It was just a pity that Origengard's strength was too strong. The two people teaming up still could not do anything to him. The three people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, and the void shattered. Within a few rounds, Cloudheart Mountain, this region of SPAC, already completely collapsed. Countless spatial turbulent flows swept inside. The originally pristine and beautiful Cloudheart realm with mountains and rivers already turned into an Azura battlefield. Countless Cloudheart realm powerhouses perished, their Tao dissipating. But even so, Origin Guard still suppressed the two great Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses domineeringly. His strength was clearly a magnitude stronger than the two. Under the two people's transformation, he could still handle the job with skill and ease. There was not just these three people's peak battle, there were also many Deva realm powerhouses among the progenitors present. Their great battle with the divine race similarly fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. But the divine race prepared extremely well for this fight. It could be said that experts were abundant, the numbers were even more than the humans. This great battle was virtually one-sided. The human powerhouses fell one after another. The battle situation was extremely tragic. Yi Yuan's side similarly fought extremely hard. His side could be said to be heavily focused. The experts besieging him were too many. What kind of concepts were these two squads? A small team of over 20 people was more than plenty to kill 50 same-realm human powerhouses. Yes, it was to kill, not defeat. Killing and defeating were two completely different concepts. But it was such two squads that were used to deal with Yi Yuan alone. It could be seen how much importance the divine race attached to him. Yi Yuan's sword formation danced seamlessly, it was just that the defensive circle got smaller and smaller. The opponent was seriously too strong, his realm was also too low. Double up, this kid almost can't hold on anymore, Yuan Xiao said in great joy. The abyss monsters all became even more berserk. Yi Yuan's pressure suddenly increased. No way. This bunch of guys are too strong. If I keep holding back, I'm afraid that the consequences will be hard to predict. Yi Yuan's heart sunk slightly, and time freeze suddenly erupted. Immobilize. At virtually the same time, the limitless God killing bow was already in his hand. The power of a Tao artifact made the faces of Yuan Xiao and the rest change suddenly. Bow arched, sword notched. 20 streaks of sword light disappeared in a flash, exploding on the bodies of Yuan Xiao and the rest. Bang bang bang. The intense explosions instantly seriously wounded them. However, Yuan Xiao and the rest were too strong. Even though the limitless God killing bow was strong, it was not enough to kill them. Yi Yuan did not stop, drawing the bow and notching his sword once more. The second attack was released again. Bang bang bang. Yuan Xiao and the rest did not have time to react and were hit again. Shooting twice, the limitless God killing bow practically depleted his divine essence empty. A powerful strength naturally consumed a lot. Yi Yuan's current divine essence thickness was comparable to a second firmament heavenly emperor. But even so, these two shots almost drained him dry too. However, it was not over yet. These divine race members and abyss monsters could not be disposed of with a few strokes. Yi Yuan pointed at the void repeatedly and actually directly refined a pill in the void. He scoured many spirit medicines from the hidden lineage. Using it to refine rank 8 medicinal pills now was just nice. Yi Yuan did not bluff medicine ancestor. He really glimpsed the power of law in the battle this time. Refining rank 8 divine pills at this time were accomplished with even higher proficiency. Between breaths, a medicinal pill formed. At this critical moment, Yuan Xiao they all would not give Yi Yuan the chance to refine pills at all. However, Yi Yuan directly gave up on the quality of the medicinal pills and simplified many refining techniques. They took shape in virtually a blink of an eye. But even so, the rank 8 medicinal pills that he refined also reached purple spirit divine grade. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed the medicinal pill and drew the bow and notched his sword one more time. Intense explosions sounded out once more. He refined again, shot again. Refined again, shot again. But even so, his speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed at which the limitless G.O.D. killing bow siphoned his strength too. After more than 10 swords, Yi Yuan's entire person became like a vampire, emaciated like a stick. Of course, Yuan Xiu's 2 squads were virtually completely annihilated. The abyss monsters were completely eradicated. Yuan Xiu and Yuan Shi Plus were seriously injured and on the verge of death. This scene shocked countless powerhouses. Matching the Sword of Source with a Dao artifact, Unleash. Hi plusing more than 10 sword moves in a row, jumping realms to kill more than 20 abyss monsters, and seriously injuring divine race members. What kind of combat power is this? Instantly refining rank 8 divine pills. I really don't know what kind of realm he reached to be able to reach this level. Too strong. Too strong. It's just a shame that second sage's strength is too weak. If he had 9th firmament heavenly emperor strength, he might really be able to bring us out. Yi Yuan's combat power did not just shock the humans, it even shocked the divine race powerhouses. The divine race fighting against the humans, the battle had always been fought shorthanded. But Yi Yuan annihilated more than 20 abyss monsters alone and seriously injured divine race members. This combat power was too terrifying. Chapter 23-21. Killing God Yi Yuan. Chapter 23-21. Killing God Yi Yuan. Take his life while he's down. Kill this guy. He's currently completely drained like a lamp without oil. Don't give him the chance to recover. Quickly kill him. The current Yi Yuan was emaciated like a stick, seemingly like a dry corpse, looking alarming to the eyes. Releasing more than 10 sword moves in a row, even if Yi Yuan swallowed quite a few medicinal pills, he was still squeezed dry. Even the flesh and blood of his body was practically sucked dry by the limitless God killing bow. When many divine race powerhouses saw this scene, they immediately commanded abyss monsters to besiege Yi Yuan. Clearly, this was the optimal time to kill Yi Yuan. For a moment, countless powerhouses charged over toward Yi Yuan. The divine race powerhouses pouring over toward Yi Yuan this side immediately alleviated the pressure on the surrounding human powerhouses. Many human powerhouses heaved a sigh of relief one after another. Yi Yuan's divine essence was already exhausted. He had no way of dealing with these divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters at all currently. But this did not stump him. It was only to see him snap his fingers repeatedly. A powerful protective array formation formed in virtually an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Countless attacks landed on the array formation, emitting incomparably intense rumbles. The array formation gave off a dazzling light, blocking the attacks from all directions. Yi Yuan's array formation was extremely stable. Even when facing such strong attacks, it was still incredibly stable. But more and more divine race powerhouses poured over toward his side, making the powerful array formation start faltering too. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan built an array formation once more and started refining pills. This time, his speed clearly slowed down significantly, beginning to pursue quality. Those divine race powerhouses attacking the array formation were all very anxious. At this time, the advantage of alchemy path powerhouses was demonstrated. Yi Yuan, this terrifying alchemy path powerhouse, actually directly refined pills on the battlefield to recharge. This way, his ability to fight continuously was seriously too fearsome. Before the alchemy path declined, in the last Doomsday battle, alchemy path powerhouses clearly unleashed tremendous capabilities, bringing huge problems to the divine race. Therefore, that was why Origin Guard did not scruple to pay a huge price to come to Cloudheart Realm and kill the alchemy path powerhouses here. But the commotion at Yi Yuan this side was seriously too great, drawing more and more divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters. Yi Yuan's grand array also started to be in a precarious situation. After all, this was not a one-person battle, but a battle between populations, a super battle implicating tens of millions of people. Everyone, let's go and protect Second Sage. With him around, our survivability will greatly increase. That's right. Second Sage's combat power is extremely shocking, even above the divine race powerhouses. As long as he recovers his strength, our combat power will increase greatly. Everybody, attack together. Alleviate Second Sage's pressure. Let him be able to refine pills calmly. The human powerhouses clearly realized the seriousness of the problem. If they allow Yi Yuan to attract the others' attention at this time, after Yi Yuan was defeated, they still could not escape the fate of being killed. Hence, many human powerhouses swarmed over spontaneously, and they faced off against the divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters, alleviating Yi Yuan's pressure. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan sensed something, slowly opening his eyes. There were many human powerhouses around currently defending him tightly. Many people were even directly blown up by divine race powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's countenance also could not help to visibly change because of this. In his impression, human powerhouses were all selfish and did not care about others. He did not expect that today, under a life-and-death situation, they actually took the initiative to come and help him. Sure, it was them doing it for their glimmer of hope. But at this time, them being able to let go of their sectarian views indeed broadened Yi Yuan's horizons. Yi Yuan forcefully reined his mind and devoted his entire mind and body to the pill refinement process. At this time, him refining the medicinal pill at the fastest speed was the greatest repayment to the others. After several hours, a medicinal pill solidified inside the array formation. This was a Tao pill. While at this time, dead bodies were already lying all over the ground around Yi Yuan's array formation. Many human powerhouses perished in order to protect him. Yi Yuan directly swallowed the medicinal pill without the slightest hesitation. After consuming the medicinal pill, Yi Yuan's emaciated body immediately seemed to be filled with air, recovering to its original form very quickly. And his aura also skyrocketed, his cultivation realm directly rising by a lot. After 100 years of ACCU mulation, Cloudheart Realm's powerful spiritual energy, plus the Astoni's HI plusing energy inside this Tao pill, Yi Yuan's realm rose once more. His current realm was already equivalent to Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan walked out of the formation, 1,000 overflying swords danced around him, the killing intent awe-inspiring. You guys have worked hard. Leave the rest to this Yi. You all follow this Yi will take you all out. While talking, the sword formation flew out. The places that it said by reaped the lives of divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters without restraint. With Yi Yuan's current realm coupled with his various powerful means, he looked down completely on middle stage heavenly emperor powerhouses. Yi Yuan took the lead, opening up the way ahead, and the rest of the human powerhouses followed closely behind. With Yi Yuan opening up the path in front, the human powerhouses' pressure fell sharply. After all, even if it was the divine race and abyss fiend race, the powerhouses that could reach late-stage heavenly emperor could be counted on one's fingers too. This level of powerhouses, they all had their own opponents and could not divert too many people to deal with Yi Yuan and the people on his side. Furthermore, in this large-scale battle, the vast majority of the martial artists were all people with very low strength. The truly high-level combat power experts were just a minority after all. Origin Guard launching this war, the ones he was truly targeting were still the high-end combat powers like Medicine Ancestor and Wing. After all, their threat was much, much greater than Yi Yuan. Targeting Yi Yuan with the extravagant combat power of 2 squads was already thinking extremely highly of him. But very clearly, Origin Guard still underestimated Yi Yuan's combat power. He borrowed the power of a Tao artifact and forcefully killed all of these 2 squads. Right now, the places where Yi Yuan pass said through were akin to no man's land. More than 1,000 flying swords were like one sickle after another, reaping lives everywhere. The current Yi Yuan had long hair fluttering while killing people, akin to a killing G.O.D. descending personally. The powerful divine race and abyss monsters were like lambs awaiting slaughter in front of Yi Yuan. They were unable to withstand the power of his one sword at all. Yi Yuan brought the humans guarding him and plugged into the divine race army like a sharp knife. Very soon, he slaughtered his enemies until the divine race army was in chaos. This guy is simply a killing G.O.D. He's too strong. We can't stop him. Retreat. Quickly retreat. This person is invincible. This guy is too strong. We're not a match at all. Quickly go request for the lords to come over. More and more humans gathered around Yi Yuan, following him to break through. In the previous battle, the human powerhouses suffered heavy losses, casualties nearing half. But at present, after Yi Yuan joined the battle royale, the situation instantly reversed. Yi Yuan alone was like a fighting machine, steamrolling over all the way. His strength was sufficiently strong, and he would not be overly cautious because of the other party's strength. For a moment, the balance of the war actually started leaning toward the humans.